Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Crown Prince of Dubai, has received progress on Dubai's first electric air taxi station, part of a wider network across key areas of the city. He said the air taxi services will launch for public use this year. The first station is expected to serve around 170,000 passengers annually. The project marks a major step in Dubai's future transport plans, aimed at reducing travel time and expanding smart mobility options. As schools across the UAE prepare to reopen on April the 20th, teachers are working to support students who may not be able to return immediately. The shift follows more than a month of distance learning introduced during regional tensions. While classes resume, not all students will be back at the same time. Some families are still overseas and school transport services remain suspended for now. Schools are adjusting plans to ensure flexibility and support for all students. Institutions are also working with the Knowledge and Human Development Authority to manage a safe and smooth transition back to classrooms. The UAE Space Agency has wrapped up its participation in the 41st Space Symposium in Colorado, strengthening global partnerships in the space sector. The delegation, led by Dr. Ahmed Belhoul Al-Falasi, the Minister of Sports and Chairman of the UAE Space Agency, met with international leaders to support the UAE's National Space Strategy 2031. Key highlights included extending the Emirates Mars mission Hope probe until 2028, following its success in collecting valuable scientific data. The UAE also shared progress on the asteroid mission and held talks with global agencies, including NASA, to explore future cooperation in space exploration. Now that's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM, and right now we're looking at a new report from Fitch Ratings, and it's highlighting how UAE banks are navigating real estate exposure, particularly given the situation we're in. Heightened geopolitical tension is the order of the moment, of course. Anton Loptin is a senior director of financial institutions, banks at Fitch Ratings, and is here with perspective, I think, on how banks are managing the challenges at the moment and where the opportunities and that word again, resilience, may lie for the UAE economy. Anton, it's good of you to join us. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, team.
Good to have you with me. Your latest report on UAE banks, let's start there. UAE banks and real estate exposure, published, it was last week, wasn't it? What were the key findings, first of all?
I think we've been extremely busy in recent weeks since the conflict has started, as you can imagine. We have published a lot of different commentaries and special reports on potential spillovers for different companies and banks across the globe. Of course, GCC and the UAE are most affected, but basically, I think it's important to start saying that we're still within our base case.
Right.
And what we mean by our base case, we expect this conflict to be resolved in upcoming few weeks. So basically within the months, we expect a resolution. If there is no resolution within the months, we start thinking about a stress scenario.
Right.
And this report which you're referring to, which we published last week, actually describes what if scenario, what will happen with the banks if we start thinking about stress, about the stress case.
Yeah.
So what we've done, we stressed our portfolio of about 20 banks, which we rate in the UAE. And I think there are two main aspects to think about or to discuss today. The first one is a near-term perspective. It's about funding and liquidity. And the second one is more about asset quality and / capital and profitability, and it's more like a longer-term spillover if the conflict lasts longer than we anticipate.
Okay. I mean, I want to delve into all of that over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes or so. But it seems like, to me, increasingly over time, this is what happens anyway. But in particular at the moment, asset quality is, whether it's a new watchword, that's probably the wrong phrase, but it is the watchword, isn't it, for the UAE's big banks. And I suppose the longer the conflict goes, as you point out, that translates into asset quality risks for the banks. And that's something that is obviously being considered heavily at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the main risk from a longer term perspective. Yeah. And we focus usually on the real estate. You know, we do the same for all banking sectors across the Middle East, across GCC, and the other teams are doing the same for their portfolios in corporate, for example, or for the sovereigns. Well, we do this across all the teams. I think the UAE is a bit specific because real estate is still important for the UAE banks, put it this way.
Sure.
So it's still about 13% of total credit banks currently have on their books. Different banks' exposure is different, proportions are different. Some banks have more than 20%, other banks have less than 10%, but it's still, on average, it's still an important part. It's probably historically lowest composition or proportion of real estate, corporate real estate. We, more focused on corporate real estate rather than mortgage financing.
Sure.
So I think currently it's historically lowest ratio or contribution of real estate into the credit, and this is because real estate market has been performing, such well since the COVID, since 2022. Prices went up by 60%. So it was very, very strong period for real estate companies.
Yeah.
And that's why they repaid. They didn't need such a leverage like they used to have in past, before the COVID and during the past crises. But nevertheless, now they're entering this potential crisis or stress case, as I just described, with strong caution. And banks are still exposed. And why real estate is important for UAE banks? Because if there is a prolonged conflict, and for example, confidence is very important for the UAE, right? And if confidence is undermined by this conflict, and for example, people start leaving Dubai, start leaving UAE, and taking their money back, taking their investments, selling their assets in panic, which is probably not a great decision to do. But if they do it, of course, it will put pressure on prices. Yeah. And pressure on prices will result in a lower cash flow for some of these companies, and lower cash flows will translate in a weaker credit performance. And that's why I'm talking about the longer term. In the longer term, this could undermine asset quality of these banks.
That's right. And we should stress that this is a stress test case, Absolutely. This report. That's the point. I mean, most of the headlines at the moment are focused on really energy and shipping, obviously. And you've identified that the primary risk to banks isn't, direct damage from the conflict, but it's that tightening liquidity or declining property values that could, as you pointed out there, it's that ripple effect into the system, isn't it? Most observers of real estate in the UAE would have agreed with your original predictions of a moderate correction. We were kind of expecting a recalibration, maybe, or a correction of sorts. 15%, I think it was.
Yeah.
2026. Yeah. 2025 was a gangbusters year, I think it's been described as. Given the spillovers of the conflict, and as you say, hopefully a short-term resolution, how are you revising your thinking in that regard?
Currently it's hard to update our forecast because too many uncertainties, obviously. But you're right. We published our forecast actually about a year ago in May 2025, saying that we expect up to 15%.
Yep.
Actually, because most quotes said that Fitch expects 15%, but we said up to 15%. So this could be 5, 7, 10, or whatever, right?
Correct me. Correct me.
No, it's absolutely fine. And I think for now, decline could be higher than that.
Sure.
And the question is how everyone will manage that, right? And because I'm a banking analyst, so I can speak more about banks, and I would say that banks have strengthened their underwriting standard, their risk appetite, and actually regulation has strengthened in the UAE, and banks became more conservative in terms of type of assets, type of customers they booking on their asset side in terms of financing they're providing to which type of customers, to borrowers, right? And I would say that, I've been covering UAE for around 15 years, and I've seen like books of the banks 15 years ago and before the COVID. And, the approach, how they do this lending has definitely changed. They became more conservative. For example, they do not, like in past 15 years ago, they could provide financing to a new company wishing to, for example, to build up a new project without any collateral. It's not possible now at all.
Right.
So most of these exposures, which they have in a corporate real estate part of their books, they actually backed by completed real estate. So it's a sign of more developed market, I'd say. So we entering, we already entered, we have entered this stage, like a new development of the real estate market. Of course, this conflict could undermine everything, right? And spillovers could be different, depends on the length of this conflict. But all I'm saying that banks have strong cautions facing these potential risks.
I mean, it's unfair to ask you to speculate in that way, but it's interesting to hear your thoughts on the historical aspect. If you're covering this region for 15 years, it's interesting to understand that. Could you characterize the resilience, because that's the word at the moment. Everybody's using it, we're all using it, and with good reason in most instances. But how resilient do you see the UAE banking sector compared to previous periods of stress? I mean, COVID comes to mind, the financial crash of 2008. How do you view that?
To be honest, Tim, I think currently the banking system is in the best shape, historically.
Okay.
We look, digging a bit into our sort of like methodology, what we do for ratings, for standalone ratings. We have, as a starting point for all ratings, standalone ratings without support, we have so-called operating environment score. And in the UAE, we upgraded that to BBB plus 2 years ago. And currently, because we consider UAE as emerging market, and BBB plus is the highest possible operating environment score for across the globe.
Right.
For emerging market banking system. There are a few other examples. KSA is the closest peer. It's also have BBB plus Saudi Arabia. So this actually underlines, strengths of the banking system, and it's a much better position than it used to be 15 years ago prior to the COVID. Regulation has strengthened, as I mentioned, and also financial metrics actually improved a lot. Asset quality, like impaired loans ratio, 3%. It's a historical lowest ratio we ever had for the UAE banking system. Of course, there are some banks with bigger problems. It's some of medium size or smaller banks. But if we speak about big guys like FAP, NBD, others, right? ADCB, DIB, they're in good shape. Their profitability metrics are strong. Their pre-impairment profit, which is actually the caution against potential asset quality deterioration. Because if you think about stress case again, right? So, and if there is a pressure on asset quality, this will result in uptick in impairment charges, and impairment charges will consume your pre-impairment profit. And if a bank pre-impairment profit is not enough to cover this uptick, it will hit capital. And capital is the main thing from our perspective because it's like a safety cushion, and it's like a banking business model. It's a cushion against potential losses. So having stronger pre-impairment profits, having strong asset quality metrics banks entering this potential stress case crisis scenario is in good shape.
I mean, anecdotally, we all know that because we feel that because living here for the last few years, my metric is, and I know this is very simplistic, my metric has been traffic. In the last few years, it's a reasonable indicator.
Not in the last month, but
not in the last month, but it has been. I know it's not the way you look at it, but that's a personal methodology. Yeah. The other thing that you point out in most cases, and this is a really important point to make, I think. Here's the quote: "We view the UAE or Abu Dhabi authorities as the ultimate providers of what you term extraordinary support," and that's a key point to notice, isn't it?
Absolutely. So all ratings which you have for UAE banks are driven by potential support from UAE and Abu Dhabi in particular.
Yeah.
Because Abu Dhabi has a lot of sovereign assets and deep pockets in the end, right? So, and based on our previous experience, authorities have provided support when banks needed them. We even had cases, I think one case 2 years ago around that, when authorities helped to one of troubled banks to resolve like a legacy story with Lebanon and exposure to Lebanon, without going into deeper detail. But even like 2 years ago, when one troubled bank, small bank with like less than 1% market share, needed support, authorities stepped in and provided capital supporting the bank. Okay. So there is a track record, and we assume that will remain the case.
Yeah.
So it actually gives a confidence to the market. So,
do you know, and that's such an important thing to consider. We were talking just before we came on air, actually, and kind of agreeing with one another, which is nice because that doesn't always happen. But confidence is such a key point in the banking system, in any sector, to be fair, but particularly at the moment because investor sentiment is driven by confidence in the markets. And if there's a time where you need a bit of confidence, it's when there's tension.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uncertainty.
Absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about this, it's widely been reported that the central bank has shown huge support to the market, something like 30 billion dirhams worth of support, and it's through the Emergency Liquidity Assistance Facility. Another, I guess, for you guys, as kind of a strong sign of precautionary strength.
Absolutely, that's the case. So as I said, the near-term risk is actually related to liquidity, and that's why we monitor this on a daily basis. And thank you to the central bank, data transparency is great. So we can see what's the liquidity conditions in the banking sector on a daily basis, judging by how much cash banks keep in on accounts with the central bank. So this facility, which they provided last week, so from one perspective, this could be considered that some banks needed that. It means that some banks actually experienced some outflows of deposits, and therefore they needed this facility to cover these outflows.
Sure.
This facility by itself is not a big deal, right? So 30 billion dirham, it's minor relative to the total size of the banking system. So, but the good thing that authorities demonstrated, the central bank has demonstrated, it's ready to step in and support banks if needed.
Yeah.
I think for now, look. We both live in Dubai. I covered banks in other countries when they went through crises. And based on my experience, I've seen queues next to ATMs when something similar has happened in another country. We don't see the same here. So there is no panic on the market for now. Again, we're thinking about stress case. We haven't had any negative rating actions up to date because we're still saying that we are in a base case scenario. We expect a resolution. This could change, right? So if pressure persists and longer than we anticipate this. But yeah, liquidity is supported by the central bank. And also 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, the central bank has published press release saying that it's ready to step in and provide support to banks if needed. Yeah. And this is backed by a huge bulk of assets they have on their balance sheet. It's around 1 trillion dirham. So you mentioned 30 billion, right?
Well, I heard that, and I wondered if I was just hearing that, because when you go from 1 billion to 1 trillion, that's a jump. And I wasn't sure, I don't want to be here talking about so-called fake news, but I had
No,
heard
it's true.
that.
It's
It
true.
is true, yeah.
It's true. They've announced that. The main sort of idea of this press release is more like they haven't mentioned any particular instruments for now. They mentioned release of some like reserve requirements for deposits. That's fine. But on top of that, I think the most important message of this press release, of this announcement by the central bank, is that they're ready to provide support, and the ability to provide support is actually very strong, backed by this huge amount of assets they have. If you just compare these assets to total deposits which banks have in the banking system currently, it's more than 30%. So it's a huge ability to support banks if needed.
It makes you feel a bit better, a bit steadier, doesn't it? That's for sure. Despite the stress tests, you say that, and I'd like you to run through this and explain this if you would, that issuer default ratings, what you call IDRs, for UAE banks remain support-driven. So at the end of the day, that means that sovereign wealth is really the ultimate guarantee. Am I right the way I'm reading this?
It's absolutely right.
Right. Okay.
So actually, we link between sovereign rating and banks ratings. Yeah. So sovereign ratings, it's a different team, different model, and different criteria for that. But we use their outcome, and it's public. It's AA minus for the UAE. And we use as an anchor rating when we derive government support rating for banks. Because there are two aspects which we're considering: ability, as we just talked about. The central bank, for example, right? So its ability is strong, and on top of that, central bank is backed by Abu Dhabi government with all these strong reserves they have in their pockets. And second is propensity. So we combine this together. So with such a high ratings, driven by support, we're saying that propensity and ability is here. Both of them are here. And we don't see this changing unless there is a rating action on the sovereign, which will be mirrored in the rating action on banks.
Sure.
Because they link to each other. If, for example, I think it's public, so it's definitely public. That's why I can share with you. Qatar sovereign rating has been put on rating watch negative last week. And we do the same for banks, following the same logic. Because linkage is the same. So if it happens with the UAE, we'll do the same for banks.
Okay, I'm getting a picture of how it works. I mean, we've mentioned investor sentiment just very briefly, but the UAE has long been a safe haven for capital. I'm wondering about your thoughts. And this is it's an uncertain time. It's a more volatile time. In terms of the perception of risk, that's a tough one. At the moment, that jumps between personalities. But how do you view investor sentiment from within, if you like, and from without as well?
Yeah, you're right. I think it's confidence/sentiment is very important for the UAE, and particularly Dubai, because if we start speaking about real estate as a point of discussion, and we think again, we're not number one experts in real estate. We focus on banks, but because real estate is part of banks' exposure, we go deeper, right? We think that prices, there are two main cost, components or aspects why prices increased such tremendously, 60% before the conflicts in the COVID. Obviously, residents are growing. Population is growing, but at the same time, the second, and I cannot sort of rank these two aspects, but appetite from investors abroad, from foreign investors, which considering Dubai and UAE as safety haven for investments, is also crucial. So these two aspects, they go together.
They do.
So if we think about a risk of population drop because people decide to leave if they want to, if there is escalation, prolongation, or whatever stress scenario, then this will put pressure on one side. And sentiment is more important, or sort of like a belief in Dubai and in the UAE as a safety jurisdiction for savings is related to investors. I think based on what we see in public, some investors start panic, I think. Again, probably it's not the best decision what you can do when, it's a stress circumstances, right? And some could consider that as a potential buy opportunity, by the way, right?
For sure.
Of course, it's hard to say when it's the right time to buy or to sell, but you're absolutely right. Perception is very important, and belief in Dubai as a good jurisdiction to be located in, or to do business in, or just to save your your money for later on. Both of the aspects are very important, I think.
They are. I mean, the fundamentals haven't changed. It's just interesting to get your perspective. I know we went a little bit away from real estate there for a while, but I've enjoyed talking to you. Anton Lobtin is a senior director at Fitch Ratings. Lots more reports to come. Hopefully we can welcome you back. But for now, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, has reviewed the progress on Dubai's first electric air taxi station, which is a part of a wider network across key areas of the city. He said the air taxi service will launch for public use this year, and the first station is expected to serve around 170,000 passengers annually. The project marks a major step in Dubai's future transport plans aimed at reducing travel time and expanding smart mobility options. The UAE Space Agency has wrapped up its participation in the 41st Space Symposium in Colorado, strengthening global partnerships in the space sector. The delegation, led by Dr. Ahmed Bilhoul Al Falasi, Minister of Sports and Chairman of the UAE Space Agency, met with international leaders to support the UAE's National Space Strategy 2031. Key highlights included extending the Emirates Mars mission Hope probe until 2028, following its success in collecting valuable scientific data. The UAE also shared progress on its asteroid mission and held talks with global agencies, including NASA, to explore future cooperation in space exploration. As schools across the UAE prepare to reopen on April 20th, teachers are working to support students who may not return immediately. The shift follows more than a month of distance learning introduced during regional tensions. While classes resume, not all students will be back at the same time. Some families are still overseas and school transport services remain suspended for now. Schools are adjusting plans to ensure flexibility and support for all students. Institutions are also working with the Knowledge and Human Development Authority closely to manage a safe and smooth transition back to classrooms. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost $74,700. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.27 Indian rupees, 76.03 Pakistani rupees, 33.47 Bangladeshi taka, 16.33 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. Good morning. Recent geopolitical tensions have affected critical digital infrastructure. Reports show cloud operations in Bahrain were disrupted. Major platforms like AWS, Amazon Web Services were impacted recently. So for businesses across the region, it is a wake-up call of sorts. Resilience is no longer only about cybersecurity, it's about survival. Disaster recovery kind of moved from IT support to the C-suite, and chief information security officers, or CISOs, are increasingly being asked to take ownership of business continuity. That's the topic that we want to get into this morning in this segment. Naji Salami is the CEO of IT Max Global, which is a company that works on digital transformation, innovation, cybersecurity, and more, and is with me. It's good to meet you.
Well, thank you for having me.
It's good to have you here. I wanted to start, actually, before we jump into the main topic, about a little bit about your business, because you're international. You work in the UAE, you work in Lebanon, Pakistan, South Africa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, so bases in Kinshasa and Brazzaville as well. Just tell me how the relationship with Africa, how did that come about?
Well, actually, from the get-go, from our launch in 2010, we decided that we want to be a regional company, and we were working with customers and enterprises across the Middle East and Africa. Now, to support customers across the region, we had, of course, set up several offices, the one that you mentioned, and several others as well. And from these offices, we're catering to all of the various enterprises across the region.
Okay. Najee, we've spent years worrying about hackers in basements, or the classic image of the spotty teenager, slightly disgruntled in the bedroom, hacking away at night. But that's really changed. The threat to data centers now, to critical IT infrastructure, has moved from the virtual really to the physical. I guess. Moving to the cloud meant that data was safe, or at least that's what we thought. But how is the definition of risk, how has that changed in 2026?
Yeah, very good question. So it has changed quite a lot. The risk was always probably known to some of the C club, but probably not taken seriously. Now this is a wake-up call, as you mentioned it. This has pushed the enterprises to revisit their disaster recovery strategy, their business continuity strategy, to relook at every single aspect of it to make sure that they are really built in a resilient way and they're able to absorb any kind of downtime.
Is that what your clients are talking to you now about? Is that the message that you're receiving at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, many customers wants to make sure that they are protected, that they have proper backup policy, proper DR strategies, proper, business continuity plans, all of that. So this is a main topic on the mind of many of our customers today.
How about the recent cloud infrastructure outages? I mentioned AWS in Bahrain, for example. Twice, I think, there were issues. How is that changing the way organizations think about risk? Because AWS is a huge part of cloud infrastructure.
Yeah, so AWS was hosting customers, like enterprises who want a virtual environment or some kind of container environment to host their data. And also it was hosting SaaS providers, global SaaS providers, across the globe, who are also offering enterprise services or services to the enterprise. So all of that, have impacted, customers throughout the region. And I have to say there were some premium vendors hosted into that, Amazon data centers. Having said that, now the customers are looking at that and saying, the business continuity strategy is not only about the solution hosted in my data center. How are my cloud services and how are my partner services? The partners are providing software as services. What kind of business continuity plan they have to make sure that any kind of downtime they have a backup plan for it to be able to recover from it.
The ability to shift data globally is it's a pretty technical feat. We've seen AWS and others help customers migrate workload to other regions, in real time. There's a unique challenge, I think, for Middle Eastern businesses who need to keep their data on home soil. And looking at the current landscape, do you think it's time to move beyond these kind of concentrated hubs towards maybe a more decentralized sort of regional grid? Is that something that we should be considering?
Well, the answer of that is by the regulation. The regulation, not only in the GCC, but also across the globe, they mandate that certain data have to reside in country. So in no situation, the country needs to reside in country, and rightfully so. You have a lot of information that should not really cascade outside the border of the country where the information is residing. Having said that, this doesn't really stop from building a proper business continuity plan, right? So you can always have, a proper business continuity plan in country where you have your primary data, you have your DR data, you have also another backup sitting somewhere, in a third location that will help you to be, as ready as possible to absorb any kind of downtime, whether that's resultant from a cybersecurity attack or from a total outage of a data center.
You're a person that's advocated for a while for digital transformation. It's a major part of your business. And we're now seeing chief information security officers being kind of pulled into board meetings to talk about stuff that maybe they didn't used to talk about, you know, shipping routes or site security or regional power grids, for example. So kind of being tasked with owning disaster recovery, particularly at the moment, not just kind of incident response. Do you have CISOs or Chief Information Security Officers kind of become Chief Resilience Officers when you consider where we are now in the current climate, at least?
Yeah, so for the last several years, the CISO's role has evolved and has expanded, right? It has expanded across because of the digital transformation, as you mentioned, right?
Sure.
A lot of the digital services are ongoing that have kind of moved the CISO role from just a person that's handling the security or just a department that's handling the security all the way to a business leader within the organization. So the CISO is a person as part of the C club, making business decisions as well, right? And has the power to go across different departments, right, in order to ensure that the business continuity and the resiliency is built as a core foundation of the organization, not really built as an add-on to the organization. So yes, business leaders or CISOs are into this role. And of course, whenever you have the whole AI transformation, you have more AI threats ongoing right now. You need somebody that will be looking at the different, at your AI rollout, for instance. And a lot of times the AI rollout is being handled by the CISO in some organization to make sure that the protection of the data is there. And then, for instance, you look at the DevOps, for instance, within the companies, the CISO plays a good role into making sure that the development is indeed secure from the get-go in the code, as opposed to come in as a plugin on the top later on down the road.
It's an increasingly important role, isn't it? Not just resilience officers, almost bridging officers in some ways as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What's the difference between incident response and real business resilience? Could you define the two?
Yeah, absolutely. So incident response is a response to an incident, like, for instance, a cyber threat or cyber penetration. So while resilience is looking at the infrastructure to make sure that the business is ready to absorb any kind of downtime, regardless of the phase of the downtime. If it's a total data center outage, if it's an internet outage, if it's a SIP trunk outage, or whatever kind of outage we're talking about.
In the past, disaster recovery was an insurance policy you hoped you'd never have to use.
Yeah.
Right? If the headline earlier this week was 700,000 cyber attacks a day. It's a very dramatic headline, but it has drastically increased because of where we are now in this current kind of economic climate, the conflict climate that we're in. Physical infrastructure obviously has been under threat and is under threat as well. Is disaster recovery now kind of a daily operation requirement rather than just in case? It's a plan for just in case.
Yeah, so actually disaster recovery should be daily requirement even under normal circumstances.
Right.
You have to ensure that you have a proper way of backing up the data, right? If you're not monitoring the backup of the data on a regular basis, you're not going to have, a backup, whether we're talking about you're backing up to another virtual environment or you're backing up to another disk, you're not going to have a reliable backup that you're going to be able to recover. So this is, disaster recovery and resiliency should be part of the core foundation. And if you don't build that in the way you operate, it's not going to be there to support you whenever you need it to support you.
Realistically, how do companies prepare for outages in cloud services or data center services? What do you advise?
Well, I would say the preparedness of the companies varies across different vertical, varies across different countries. We have, for instance, the banking sector across the GCC. I would say it's very ready because the regulator mandates all of the DR requirement, and that's an excellent thing. And of course, it supervises that as well, every once in a while. So you have some verticals that are ready, while you have other verticals that their readiness is, it depends, right? Depends on the organization. Some have created a DR environment where they can, operate from another geographical center. Some are backing up the data, but I would say overall, many organizations are still, not really prepared for this, mainly due of the governance and the testing that is lacking. So if you have a DR strategy where you're not really testing it, where you're not really governing it, it's not going to give you the result that you need whenever you need that insurance policy.
It's kind of the answer I feared, to be honest with you. It's kind of the answer I expected, because it always seems as though it's a case of, well, it's not happened, so it won't happen, and there's a scramble to catch up when things do happen. What are the biggest gaps that you see in business continuity planning?
The testing, the governance, and the testing is not a one-time thing, right? It's an ongoing thing. Like I mentioned before, first you have to look at the monitoring of the data. You have to monitor that the backup is happening, that the backup to the VM or the backup to the tape or whatever, it's really in place and it's ongoing on a regular basis. You have to do some recovery test every once in a while, where you take a virtual machine and you bring it back up, again, or you take a database and you recover that database. You have to look at different aspects, of this and test it on a going basis, all the way up to, to complete dry run of your infrastructure environment, to make sure that you are really ready to use that insurance policy in case you need it.
It's a mindset, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a mindset of how you operate on a day-to-day basis. And it's a mindset that it needs to be across the whole organization, not necessarily only across the IT department, but also across the business leaders throughout the organization.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for you, I guess, it's second nature. It's just part of existing in your space. But how do you encourage that kind of thinking? Because this needs to be second nature. It's just something that happens, and almost as though you don't notice it. That's kind of the way it needs to be viewed, isn't it, in an organization?
Yeah, absolutely. So it needs to be built as part of the day-to-day operation. It needs to have a top-down push. You need to have the right investment into it. Of course, you cannot oversize it. It will become very expensive. You don't want to undersize it as well. It will not give you the right push or a right result whenever you need it. So you need to look at it from a pragmatic perspective, to look at every mission-critical application, and build what we call the right recovery point objective, right RPO or right RTO. Basically, how much data you're able to lose and you can live with, and how fast you can recover, right? Those are two key criteria to look at it, and you don't want to establish aggressive RPO, RTO for some of these applications, because it becomes super expensive, to build it and to operate it on a day-to-day basis.
I love the acronyms. I'm getting to grips with the IT acronyms, the RTOs of the world. You got IT Max Global, your company, you work extensively on innovation. Right. Are you seeing a surge in demand for sovereign clouds, infrastructure that's owned and operated within, countries within the UAE or within Saudi Arabia, for example, that can operate independently of the global hyperscalers, if necessary?
This is happening across the region. Many African countries have their own data center today. More than one in some situations, depending on which country we're talking about. It's happening in Europe. It's happening all over, right? So have a sovereign cloud is important for the government, vertical. It's important for some of the verticals as well, like banking, like healthcare in some situation. So yeah, we're seeing that happening, and it's happening all over the world.
How should organizations rethink their reliance on a single cloud provider or a single region?
So you need to look at your mission critical application that's going to impact your revenue, right? Or for instance, can be mission critical application because those cannot afford to go down. As an example, you might be able to live with some downtime, but not a lot of downtime. And for those, you need to build another geographical application in the geographical center with a expectation back to the business on what is the RPO and the RTO that you can deliver back in front in case of an outage. So yes, we're looking at multi-cloud we've been deploying multi-cloud for many customers across the region for a long time. And this is needed for a mission critical application. You don't want to do that for every single application because it becomes very expensive, right?
Sure.
So you want to build that for a right application that cannot afford to go down.
And that's critical in resilience terms as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. You were talking about CISOs or CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, just now. And this just kind of pops into my head. How do you, as a Chief Information Security Officer, effectively communicate? What kind of language do you have to choose? What attitude do you need to have if you're talking to a board of directors who may not have the same, that level of awareness that you do? How do you communicate cyber security and resilience, cyber risks and resilience risks to boards, to CEOs who are consumed by so many other aspects of the business?
Yeah, so this is the tough part, right? Because every organization has a limitation on the budget, right? And where do we put the budget? Do we put it on projects that are revenue producing, or do we put it into a disaster recovery plan or a business continuity plan? So this decision needs to be done very carefully. I think the best way for a CISO to articulate the case is to look at it from a financial perspective. What is a downtime going to be costing the company from a business perspective? What is going to be the impact on the image of the company, on the branding of the company? What's going to be the impact on the customers, right? And how much we're going to be able to retain the customers in case an outage has happened. When you look at it from an ROI perspective, when you look at all these elements and you translate them into an ROI, which sometimes is not really straightforward, sometimes this might be debatable, right? From an ROI perspective, I think this is the most effective way a CISO can make their case to make sure at least they're building the right resiliency for a critical application that they have.
You mentioned AI just now very briefly. We're all talking about AI, of course, a great deal at the moment, but of late, much more about how AI can power attacks. How does predictive intelligence work, say, to move, a client's data before disruption happens? Can AI really sense, a digital storm is on the way? I'm asking, I think.
Yeah, of course, you can automate, many different things when it comes to the recovery of the data, when it comes to, how you fall back into. Keep in mind that when things happen, when a disaster happens, one key element is the people that you have, right? How are you going to operate the business? It's not only about the technology. The technology is only one single part of it, right? Where is my technical people going to be, all right? The technical people, the first thing that comes to mind is I need to take care of my family, right? That will be the first priority on anybody's mind, and rightfully so. So we need to, think about all these different scenarios whenever, we're planning a certain scenario and cater for that. So if automating as much things as possible, and there's a lot of things you can do in automation today, that makes it extremely appealing. Of course, you cannot automate everything. You always have that human intervention that needs to happen. But there's a lot of things that can be automated at this stage.
If you are hit with a real crisis, what priorities should you have as a Chief Information Security Officer? What are the first 3 things that you should be focusing on?
Okay, so I would say the first thing is to contain the threat, right? You have to contain the threat and stabilize the situation. So container threat means understanding of the threat, and in terms of security, you have to understand how the hacker went into the network, right? And really understand it to be able to stabilize the environment. The second thing is about recovery of the application. And of course, you have when you want to recover the application, you need to have priorities. What is priority 1? What is priority 2? What is priority 3? And focus on it from that angle, because every single person across the entire organization is going to say, I want my application and I want it now. Sure. And everybody is going to be in a chaos at that point in time. And I would say the third step is communication. So as a CISO, you need to communicate back to the leadership of the organization. You need to communicate back to your employees as well, right? And it's easy under those situations for you to be under a lot of pressure, right? So you need to be able to set a plan around the communication. You know, how you communicate back every hour or every 2 hours, depending on the situation, back to the leadership. This way, they can communicate to their end user client or to their other stakeholders across the organization.
Communication is key, clearly. What does a good disaster recovery plan look like? How do you test it as well? What does a good test look like?
So I would say test depends from one organization. A good test depends from one organization to the other. But if we want to talk in general, from an industry best standard perspective, probably I would say monitoring on a regular basis. It's easy to do that, to monitor on a regular basis and flag abnormalities as things comes up. So this should be 7/24, right? And there are many different monitoring tools that are ongoing that can do excellent job into monitoring your platform, whether you're talking on the application layer or you're talking on the data network layer or any kind of layers throughout your organization. The second thing is recovery of some things, right? You want to make sure that your people, your team, is able to recover, certain things. I would say that probably frequency on a monthly basis. You recover a virtual machine, you recover, a certain file, right? Across, and you do it once a month. And then you go on a quarterly basis, and this is when you recover, you do dry run to recover the whole application, right? Your ERP, for instance. If your ERP is very relevant, you do dry run to recover the whole ERP, and you see how well you're doing against your recovery time objective and recovery point objective. And another, key part of the test would be a complete testing, maybe once a year, maybe more. At the minimum, I would say once a year, to do complete testing, stimulate the disaster that has happened, and do complete testing across the organization, including the business owners as part of the test, right? This way, the whole organization get an exposure on what to do in case something like that happen. And of course, you always have to do dry run tests when you do major changes within your network. If you replace your data network, for instance, you need to come back and do complete run and not wait, for your yearly end-to-end testing for that to take place.
One of the things about now is we've seen some disruptions, not as much as far less than perhaps could have been, but there are lessons to be learned, aren't there? So what kinds of lessons can regional businesses take from the disruptions to AWS in Bahrain, for example? What kinds of things should we be learning from that?
I would say there's a lot of lessons learned that happen from this situation anywhere it happens across the globe. In this situation, I would say not just rely on the cloud like this. You have to make sure that you look at the DR that you have, because a lot of enterprises just say, okay, my data is in this specific data center or in this specific cloud. That means I'm safe. So what we encourage the customer is to look at exactly the DR, for the cloud. The other lesson is there's a difference between highly available and a DR. Highly available, that means, you can be within the same data center. You can have not a single point of failure. Everything is redundant. Your firewalls are redundant. Your switches are redundant. Your server farm is redundant. Anything that happens, automatically the other part of, or the mirror part of that hardware or the mirror part of that application takes over. right? So this is kind of highly available. So the lesson learned is don't depend on highly available for your mission critical application. Make sure that have a physical DR somewhere else. It can be in country or outside, depending on what your preference, depending on the regulation, to be able to operate and withstand any kind of attacks.
Final question for you. I just want to kind of look past the headlines and ask you, really, just for your thoughts. Do you think the crisis that we're seeing in the region?
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Malaysia's halal exports grew strongly in 2025, reaching about 69 billion Malaysian ringgit, up around 11% from the previous year. According to the Halal Development Corporation, the sector continues to show strong global demand despite geopolitical challenges. Food and beverages remained the largest contributor, followed by halal ingredients. Palm oil exports also saw strong growth. China was the top export market, followed by Singapore, the US, Japan, and Indonesia. The World Bank Group has launched a new global platform called Water Forward. The aim is to improve water security for 1 billion people by 2030. This initiative will bring together governments and financial institutions to expand reliable water services and protect against droughts and floods. Officials say water is essential for health, food, and jobs, but billions still face shortages. Weak systems and limited investment have slowed progress in many countries. World Bank President Ajay Banga said the focus of this initiative is on linking reforms, funding, and partnerships to deliver water services at scale. And the program will support countries in building stronger water systems and attracting investment. Gold prices held steady today and are heading for a fourth straight weekly gain. Spot gold rose slightly to around $4,800 per ounce, supported by easing tensions in the Middle East. Hopes for a US-Iran deal and a ceasefire in the region have reduced fears of higher inflation and interest rates. A weaker US dollar and falling oil prices also helped support gold. Investors are now watching closely for progress in upcoming talks. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. The UAE's creative industry is, well, it's tough times, essentially. Geopolitical tensions, economic pressure, and also shifting client priorities, reshaping film, reshaping advertising and content production. So the future of storytelling as a business is something I'm going to ask my next guest about, and he is Amar Galal. He's a film director and a producer. He's a man in touch with creatives of all shapes and sizes here in the UAE. You may have heard him recently on Crossroads, our Friday afternoon entertainment media show and podcast as well, with David Tully and Dima Magase from Middlesex University. Amar, it's a warm welcome back. Nice to see you.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here. So you've been very active on LinkedIn recently, posting about job prospects for creative workers, creative types affected by the situation just now. Give me an idea, if you can, just of how much the tensions in the region have impacted and are impacting the creative industry, you know, film, advertising, promotions, production.
In short,
Yeah.
massive impact, I would say.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is, for sure. it's the whole chain got affected. So you have, like in advertising, for example, you have client, and then you have creative agencies, production houses, and definitely the freelance creative community, which is the foundation of the whole industry as well. And project got canceled, things on hold, which we don't know until when it's on hold, which means at the moment it's canceled in a way, and it's affecting everything. There's no payments for the freelance community at the moment. There's no income, I would say. And at the same time, there's no project, there's no upcoming project, there's no calendar, like a clear vision on a calendar or something. So
it's the uncertainty, isn't it? That,
of course it is, 100%, especially when it comes to creative advertising and entertainment.
And of course, Dubai is a hub for, in particular, the advertising.
100%.
The center in this region, for sure.
100%. It's one of the most important cities or countries, even in that domain. And moreover, in entertainment and events as well, which is related to advertising because they're all connected in a way. So, of course.
No, I know the tentacles they reach, don't they? So, look, we asked you here today really because you're really in touch. Well, I think you are anyway. The kind of the heartbeat of the creative community. That's where you know, it's your ecosystem. That's where you kind of exist. And we've seen this shift in the last few weeks. Brand campaigns paused, postponements, film sets are adjusting to new realities. With oil at the price it is, one of the first things to go, you know, when there's a situation like this is marketing budgets are trimmed, of course. Is the industry in a state of shock, or are we seeing a more calculated kind of rebriefing phase? Because there are so many projects on hold, potentially cancelled. Who knows when it's going to come back?
I think both. Okay. There's part of it as a shock, and I think by now, because there have been like quite some time on the events and everything, we almost like past a month now. So it was a shock phase at the beginning. Right. And then now, a lot of people, they started to come to a reality that how we're going to adapt, how we're going to think about what's going on, and how we can still serve the market and do work. Because at the end of the day, we're not going to be like canceled as talents. We need to work. We need to do things. So
and of course, fewer job opportunities as well.
It's not much.
A lot fewer.
It's not much, to be honest. But still, I think when the brands, client side, start to adapt to the markets, the budgets start to adapt to the market, if this is like kind of a new norm, if we're going to act with it as a new norm for some while, things will start to move and opportunities will start to come. That's how I see it. Maybe in a different way, maybe in a different scale and budget and flexibility and turnover. We need also to adapt as talents, right? So we need to adapt in terms of budgets, and we need to adapt in terms of how we're going to execute the work. We need to be fast because things are like on the move at the moment. You can't take that much time. You can't take a lot of time thinking about a concept, whatever. No, you need to be up running.
There needs to be a different approach, doesn't there? Because if brands and clients are more cautious with their messaging, they're more cautious with their spending, the upshot is you know, creatives have to adapt to that. Unfortunately, that's just how that's
150%.
Yeah,
150%.
Do you think it's more of a slowdown? Do you think there's an aspect of reset in this, in that, you know, in terms of how creative work is produced and how people perceive the value of creative work?
Yeah, that will happen very soon, if it's not happening actually at the moment. And I think that will bring like even new formats and the new kind of advertising and marketing, you know. So this is going to happen, especially that I believe the game right now is a game of patience, actually. So we need to be patient and wait, and this is crucial for a lot of people. But at the same time, I think time like this will bring opportunity for independent creative agencies, for example, because they're more agile, they're more fast, they're smaller approval system, whatever it is, more than network agencies. And that will reflect on freelancers as well.
Well, hopefully, yeah. No, I can see the thinking there. I mean, we're in this kind of holding pattern at the moment, so it's affecting your traditional kind of advertising spend and film logistics. That's kind of understandable. So it wouldn't be a big surprise, would it, to see a turn towards the freelance community, maybe a leaner, maybe even a kind of more authentic storytelling kind of approach?
I think that will happen because right now, with everything happening in the world in general, people, they need to connect more. So, like, for example, before that era, we used to see like a lot of AI work, for example. I believe they will continue a little bit because of the cutting costs and all that stuff. But
Sure.
again, I think the audience will be more happy to be connected in a human aspect. And this will actually reflect on the execution and what you said.
No, I mean, that makes sense. I was sat thinking about this last night. I mean, if you look historically, the times you're in are kind of reflected in advertising and promotional media, aren't they? So if times are, I don't know, there's a tension in the air, and it's undeniable at the moment, but some of the best art, some of the best storytelling, some of the best music tends to come from a time when, you know,
Comes
times
from
are tighter.
struggle.
Yeah, from struggle. Exactly.
Art comes from struggle, basically. Yeah.
It's just an interesting point to make, I think. So salaries and freelance rates are certainly affected at the moment.
Yeah.
Just something that Michael, producer of this show, pointed out the other day. ITP, Information and Technology Publishing Company, lots of magazines, lots of web presence, based here in Dubai. I've just moved to a 4-day work week. He's reading. Do you think that's a reflection of deeper pressure in sort of the media industry?
I think so, but it will also affect the process, the whole thing, because right now, for example, like approval a process takes time, and now you narrow down the time to 4 days rather than 5 days. Lots of backlog as well in decisions and stuff. So I think that will affect a little bit the approval system, but not the productivity, because at the end of the day, I think everybody right now, they want to work, not to overthink. I need to wake up in the morning doing something, like even if you gave me a vacation right now or a time off, I'm not going to enjoy it because I'll be like on the news or overthinking stuff or whatever. So I need to keep myself busy.
Well, I think particularly in like the creative industry, overthinking is the enemy of flow, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, it kind of gets in the way of the creative process. What do you think about 4-day weeks? Because there's reams of research about working, you know, maybe more intensively for 4 days and having more time to, you know, reflect and react and relax, if you like. Do you think you can improve productivity and creativity in the creative field by working, you know, 4 days rather than the 5? Just honest opinion. I know I put you on the spot a little bit there, Amar. I apologize, but I just wonder.
Honestly, I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, but like I said, and this is how I feel even personally right now, when we reach weekends, it's not weekends anymore, so I'm not relaxed. I would rather keep myself busy and doing stuff and being productive, because if I'm free for like 3-4 days a week, I'll start like going down, slowing down, even like mentally and emotionally, keep thinking, ticking, rather than being more creative. So, but if you spin the wheel, it's going.
Yeah, fair enough.
So just push me there, and I'll swim. That's fine. This is how we all feel right now.
Just keep rolling you down the hill.
Exactly. Keep rolling me.
Look, the creative economy in the UAE is built on this huge network of freelancers, of, you know, editors, directors of photography, stylists, DJs, whatever it is. What do we need to do you think, to protect that creative capital during a downturn, so that we don't start losing talent?
Yeah, 100%, which is one of the biggest problems, I would say, if it happens. Because, like I said earlier, it's the game of being patient right now, like how long this is going to last and how long I can last, actually, as a freelancer, for example, financially and every other aspect. But I think part of what's going on right now, that let us start to think about the freelance community in the sense of protection kind of thing. So, for example, there is no like entity or organization or something that contain the freelancers together and maybe guide them through tough times.
Well, there
right?
are so many different freelancing licenses. And
no, I'm not talking about the
licensing
license.
entities. No, but I mean they're kind of disparate groups, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, of course. There's no like an umbrella for the freelance community, like advertising, entertainment, film production, whatever it is. And like, for example, they don't have like security funds. They don't have like, it's not easy to get a loan if you're self-employed or a freelancer. And maybe this is a door for a lot of them that got already payments, but on hold from previous jobs right before the events, but they need like something on the spot so they can push themselves a little bit further. So I think this is one of the things that we need to start think about at the moment from inside, by the way. I'm not talking about someone to come and do this. Like us as a community, we need to think about those things. We need to be together in a way, because we walk in silos at the end of the day. We need to think how we protect that community within the inner circle first. And from the outside, I think, and I'm talking to brands more from the client side, I think this is the right time to choose working with independent, small, medium-sized creative agencies, for example, more with freelancers than the network agencies, I would say, because the network agencies, they can tolerate themselves during time like that, the huge corporate. But the community is the more fragile. And also, they're quick right now, they're lightweight, and they will accept to be flexible in payments and also flexible in execution. And big ideas, because like I said, they need to keep themselves busy rather than overthink. So they want to work. So this is also part of how we protect those talents not to actually go away.
Well, there's an element, isn't there, that if, when times are tough, that's when you maybe produce your best work, because there's more pressure on you to do so. So there's maybe quite a strong argument that actually now is a time to lean on creative talent. I don't mean lean on in an aggressive fashion. I mean, to look to creative talent.
And it's also a time to enhance your skills, and it happens naturally. Because, for example, if someone's call you and you're a good director, but you're not the best editor, but you can edit still, and you might take both jobs, directing and editing, and now you're enhancing your skills as an editor as well. And this is something that will never happen at the regular days, because you're busy enough to do what you do, and that's it. You're not open for learning another stuff. Like, for example, on LinkedIn, you mentioned that before, my posts and everything. I'm not an expert with social media when it comes to algorithm and how things working and the reactions, the impressions, the numbers, and all that stuff. But when I started the initiative that I did, and it was genuinely, I didn't think about it as an influencer or something. I just want to really help the community. But after quite some time, I got to understand and learn more about LinkedIn as a platform, how it works. Try and error, basically, because I did so many posts and I've seen what works and what didn't work. So now I might add to my skill set something that I've never had before, and I wasn't willing to do, to be honest.
I mean, okay, so there's an upside. I mean, it's a positive approach. By the way, how does LinkedIn work? Because I'm
it's a super big, to be honest. It's not easy. It's different from the other platforms. Basically, it's all about posting content that is relevant to you first, because it reads your keywords and what you do as a profile, and also to post regularly in a way, which is the same for each and every platform, not daily, but regularly. And you have to understand the gap between posts, because you need to give a space between posts. So because that post might be still picking up, and also doing comments on other posts that actually drive traffic to your profile, and also drives traffic to your posts, because you're commenting on other posts, other people posts.
It's good common sense. You're now our LinkedIn expert, by the way, so expect a call next week from production.
I'm just trying.
Just back to talent in the industry. Are we starting to? Do you think we're at risk of losing talent? I mean, I guess that's the case, but are you starting to see talent move?
Quite a few.
Really,
I would say, yeah. At least from the angle of because a friend of mine from the community said a term a few days back, and I like it. He said like going back home to quarantine. Yeah,
I've heard that.
Yeah, and basically quite a few they did from that angle, but still a lot of them they're here and they don't want to leave. That's the thing. Like I talk to so many creatives and we don't want to leave. Right? People, they feel like this is home, this is where we belong. But also there's a pressure from a financial standpoint on the creative freelance community. So they might start to leave because they just can't stay. Not the other way around. Not because they're afraid, not because they want to leave, but because they can't afford.
It's kind of the answer I feared. It's kind of the answer I expected, to be honest with you. Can I quickly put a couple of film questions to you? Because you know that's kind of you are a film director, producer. There are unique challenges to film at the best of times, obviously, but it's particularly the case right now. You know, insurance and gear and travel restrictions and all, you know, international talent, all that kind of stuff. How are you, as a producer, sort of hacking the production process to keep, you know, your projects moving?
It's very tough, to be honest, on that question as well, because we had projects scheduled to be shot in October or something, that coming from international side. But at the moment, I'm not going to say like it's canceled. It's not canceled, but also they don't know what we're going to do. From a producer, I have to let my people feel okay, safe. It's safe to shoot at the moment, by the way.
Sure.
It's fine. Like you can go shoot, but it's always about the budget. It's always about the concern. Shall we spend the money now, or we might need it for something else, like a force majeure or something in the upcoming weeks. So it's always like, okay, the decision will become, let's wait.
One more question for you, and I was sat writing some questions last night thinking, right, I'm talking to Amar, what am I going to do? And I came up with this really bad pun. So I thought my final question would be my final take.
Okay.
So I'm really sorry about that. But I'm interested, if you were going to direct a film about the creative scene today, based on lots of the things that we've talked about, and you went away and filmed a story, would it be a tragedy? Would it be a thriller? Would it be an underdog success story? Yeah. What would you take away from this conversation and go and film and produce as a mini movie?
Definitely, I would go for the underdog success story.
I thought you would. Yeah.
And because this is how I feel towards everything happening at the moment. I refuse to surrender, to be honest. I refuse to be in a position that the world is coming to an end. So I would go with that story, like Rocky. In some sense, right? But because you're punching right now and life is punching back, and that's fine. We'll keep punching no matter what happens.
I could see that translating to film, actually, the Rocky thing around, you know, the big roundabout bit around Burj Khalifa, maybe, something like that. Yeah, or the steps up to Emirates Palace.
Why not? But this is how I feel, and this is how I feel the country is doing as well. So in a smaller scale, in a point of view, it will be that story.
I mean, there's a good point there, actually, because we talk about this conversation, and it is, in some respects, it's kind of doom and gloom, isn't it? Because it's a serious situation for people. These are people's livelihoods. These are people, you know, who want to work, who can't. But this is a situation thrust upon everybody. This is not the fault of the nation or the freelancer or the production company or the advertising agency.
It's nobody's fault, actually.
This is the thing. It's just, it's the unknown, the uncertainty, isn't it? So it's always interesting to hear from you, Amar. I always like talking to you. And I appreciate you coming in. Amar Galal is a director and a producer of movies and a freelance creative type.
Yeah, I don't know, like many things, but all of them fall under the creative space, I would say. Either film, education, or advertising,
And LinkedIn expert.
No, I'm not an expert of LinkedIn.
Wannabe LinkedIn expert as well.
I'm trying to understand.
Good to talk to you, Omar. Thanks for
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate
Tim. Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. As schools across the UAE prepare to reopen on April 20th, teachers are working to support students who may not be able to return immediately. The shift follows more than a month of distance learning introduced during regional tensions. While classes resume, not all students will be back at the same time. Some families are still overseas and school transport services also remain suspended for now. Schools are adjusting plans to ensure flexibility and support for all students. Malaysia's halal exports grew strongly in 2025, reaching about 69 billion Malaysian ringgit, up around 11% from the previous year. According to the Halal Development Corporation, the sector continues to show strong global demand despite geopolitical challenges. Food and beverages remained the largest contributor, followed by halal ingredients. Palm oil exports also saw strong growth. The World Bank Group has launched a new global platform called Water Forward. The aim of this project is to improve water security for 1 billion people by 2030. The initiative will bring together governments and financial institutions to expand reliable water services and protect against droughts and floods. Officials say that water is essential for health, food, and jobs, but billions still face shortages. Weak systems and limited investment have slowed progress in many countries, which is the reason why World Bank President Ajay Banga said that the focus of this reform is to link and fund and to promote partnerships to deliver water services at a large scale. Gold prices held steady today and are heading for a fourth straight weekly gain. Spot gold rose slightly to around $4,800 per ounce, supported by easing tensions in the Middle East. Hopes for a US-Iran deal and a ceasefire in the region have reduced fears of higher inflation and interest rates. A weaker US dollar and falling oil prices has also helped support gold, and investors are now watching closely for progress in upcoming talks. And our quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around $75,000, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.27 Indian rupees, 76.03 Pakistani rupees, 33.47 Bangladeshi taka, 16.33 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our X and website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the morning drive. Dubai and Abu Dhabi's job market is showing mixed signals. Layoffs and tighter budgets make the headlines, although hiring activity is still holding up across key sectors. So what's really happening beneath the surface, and how should job seekers and businesses read this moment? Zachary Beckett is a talent partner at the recruitment firm Professional Pyramid and joins me again in the studio. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me back.
You're very welcome back as well. So kind of frontline insights from you today, Zach. And this comes from a post that you put out. And you asked 3 founders recently, what is happening with hiring in Dubai and Abu Dhabi? Pretty simple question. So let's start with what you asked and what they told you specifically.
So essentially, I actually spoke to more than 3. I just wanted to highlight 3. I spoke to more people after, and I've been speaking to people throughout the duration of this.
Right.
Even when we had our first discussion, I've been speaking with people from organizations that are hiring, organizations that aren't hiring, from recruitment companies, and pretty much everything in the middle.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that I'm up to date with what's actually happening before I'm sharing stuff with people and putting out just random thoughts, right? So I want to make sure that what I'm sharing is accurate. These 3 particular individuals are founders or managing directors of 2 major recruitment companies in the region and 1 sort of scale up, we can say. And they've been seeing similar things. I kind of wanted to get their general thoughts on the market. What was going on with them? Are they still hiring? How's business going for them? Because recruitment companies can be a very good indication as to what's actually going on with the market, because their business is hiring.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So their business is hiring. If business is bad for them, then it either means that organizations don't have budget for recruitment agencies, or they're trying to manage everything internally. But typically, organizations need recruiters. So the thoughts that they shared on the market were overwhelmingly positive. Don't get me wrong, there was some trepidation with them in terms of, over the next few months, what's going to be occurring. Are they going to continue seeing the business that they're seeing? But generally speaking, they are hitting targets, and, for the most part, and they are still doing well.
It's a lot more positive than maybe the press would have you believe, or some of the press would have you believe. So the response really was that the current hiring landscape is a mixed bag. No real surprises there, I suppose. But what about contradictions that you're seeing? Because it's not all clarity, is it? There's some opaque stuff going on.
Of course, right? Everyone's going to have different experiences. Every company is going to experience things differently. Some companies are, believe it or not, doubling down on hiring, whilst others are laying off 80, 90, if not in some cases 100% of their workforce and shutting down. There's going to be different responses from organizations. There's going to be different responses from recruiters. And overwhelmingly, the market reacts differently because everyone's experience is individual.
Okay, so there's a lot of talk about increased redundancies, and there's a lot of talk about cost cutting, and perhaps salary cuts. Depends very much on the business. Is all that happening, and which are the sectors that are feeling it the most?
Unfortunately, yes.
Right.
It is happening.
Right.
I've been speaking to a lot of C-suite sort of exec grade individuals, and these are typically people on 100, 150, 200,000 AED a month, right? So they're on a pretty hefty salary.
Right.
A lot of these individuals have seen pretty drastic cuts in their salaries, but oftentimes these are optional from them in order to try and perhaps take a little bit of weight off the lower levels who would have been made redundant otherwise. So there have been cuts, there have been salary cuts, and there will probably continue to be salary cuts, and there also have been redundancies. But again, this is specific to the organizations, it's specific to their business and whatnot. And for example, hospitality is a space where things are quite aggressively getting hit at the moment.
Sure.
Hospitality, it's pretty heavily leveraged on tourism. And when tourism dies down, unfortunately, some restaurants are running at 80, 90% lower than their typical capacity. So they're running pretty low on capacity. So a lot of their wait staff have been put on half salaries and stuff like that. This is occurring. Unfortunately, this is occurring, and it will continue to occur until things do settle down. But it's the organizations that are a little bit more or a little bit less affected directly that are perhaps not really seeing these effects.
Which kinds of organizations not affected directly?
It really depends, right? So if they are reliant on tourism, they're going to struggle.
Sure.
If they're reliant on anything that's directly affected, i.e. oil and gas, people at the lower levels are going to be affected, right? The people who are perhaps being taken off-site, they are the people that are going to be affected. The people at the top level, the more strategic decision makers, they're not going to be affected as much. But of course, as I said, they may see some salary cuts just to kind of weather the storm a little bit.
I mean, you still seem, and I have to say, being positive is a good thing, right? But you still seem relatively positive. So we know, and I'm hoping you're going to back this up, otherwise I looked after, but then I looked after a lot, so it's fine. Recruiters are still making placements, right? And you're still winning new business. So there is some resilience, that's the word at the moment, of course, but that is there, isn't it?
Well, we're still turning away most people that reach out to us in terms of companies asking for resources. So when companies reach out to us and say, and we're talking major organizations reaching out to us and saying, hey, can you jump on our PSL? Can you send us over applicants? Unfortunately, we still have to turn most of them away because of how busy we are. So whilst, yes, some agencies will feel it, some agencies will feel the pinch, those who are perhaps a little bit more renowned in the region, or those who have perhaps dug their heels in and kind of strategically shifted a little bit, they won't be feeling it as much. But no, it is like there's a reason to be optimistic. We're in one of the greatest places on earth, right? There's tons of investment going in, as we were just discussing prior to the show. There's tons of investment already going in from the UAE to weather this, and I think as soon as it's over, everything's going to bounce back to normal.
So you're actively turning people away.
Yeah.
So are you not looking for new people to join you so that you can accept new business?
We are, but we only hire very experienced recruiters. So finding people to join us is quite tricky. But yeah, like for any companies listening, should they reach out, we would not be able to support them. We are genuinely turning business away.
Nice problem to have.
It is indeed.
Wow. Okay. So companies are more cautious at the moment. What does cautious hiring look like? So I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah, so most hires that are made today aren't decided yesterday, right? These are factored in and budgeted for back in Jan, and in some cases last year.
It could be last year,
For large MNCs, right? If we're talking like big firm consultancies and stuff like this, or huge multinational companies, they have already dictated the hires that are being made this month.
Right.
You know, months, if not years ago. These hires are planned in advance. Now, there may be some scenarios where certain roles are perhaps pulled back,
or on hold,
or perhaps the budget is adjusted for these positions. But the positions that are still doing well are more strategic positions. So if you're someone who's looking for a job, you need to perhaps try and position yourself as more of a strategic resource, as opposed to someone who's doing like a one-dimensional role. That's what kind of gives you that stability in a time like this.
Okay. Businesses, how do they prioritize roles at the moment? Is it different to a year ago or, I don't know, 2 months ago?
Look, if I'm honest with you, and again, you know, it would be lovely to say, look, there's a huge difference and things have changed so much, but ultimately, I think companies are still making hires. They are still moving forward. Of course, not as normal, but more normal than you would expect. More normal than you'd expect. Most of the interview process that we had people in went ahead. They've received offers and things have kind of gone ahead as normal. There have been some where people have received an offer, but it's been given to them on essentially like an open-ended date. So they've said, look, we're going to hire you. This is particularly seen this quite heavily in oil and gas. We're going to hire you, but we don't have a start date for you yet.
Right. Because we're in this holding pattern.
Yeah, this has been happening. And I think because tomorrow things could kick off and then the next day things could calm down, I think companies just want a little bit more stability, especially when making hires for 60, 70, 80K that are perhaps going to be directly impacted by the conflict. So things have moved ahead, but there are certain nuances, I'd say. But overwhelmingly, for someone who's looking for a job, it's not really affected them too much in that extent.
It's interesting this because as much it seems quite vague, but we have to be kind of vague because we're looking overall at the market. It's very difficult. We'd be here all day if we were to zero in on specific roles, I suppose. The one thing I wanted to ask you was the market, particularly Dubai, but the UAE, to be fair, it's a competitive job market, very competitive job market. Lots of people want to be here. They want the lifestyle. They want to work. Thousands of people applying for roles. Is that an accurate perception? Am I being misleading if I characterize it that way?
No, you're definitely not. So the UAE is one of the most saturated, if not the most saturated job market in the world. Saturation is somewhat different to a competitive job market. Although the UAE is competitive, saturated means that the flow of talent coming into the market outweighs the demand from companies. And it always has.
Yeah.
Right? It has, but since I've been doing what I do, it always has. And it still is the case now. Although you'd think that people would, and mention this again when the first time we spoke, although you'd think people were very hesitant about, expats moving over here now, the amount of people who are still looking to move over to this part of the world is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And for a lot of people, the way that the UAE has handled this has actually attracted them to the region more. So the flow of talent coming in, there are still hundreds, if not thousands of people on every single application. We listed a finance manager job the other day, and I think it's on like 1,200 applications now.
How do you go through that? Is
You
that
don't.
an
It's
AI?
automated. Yeah,
It's all
it's
automated,
automated.
yeah.
That's one of the biggest challenges in saturated job markets. Everything's automated. But also in saturated job markets, the quality of applicant does tend to decrease.
Sure.
So perhaps 2 or 3% of the people that have applied to that finance manager job will be truck drivers.
Just scattergun approach.
Scattergunning everything.
Go for anything, yeah.
Then you've got about 20% that was submitted with some sort of AI apply thing, and they just get automatically rejected. There are systems and tools that just fire your application out to thousands of jobs, and most likely nothing comes back. But this is what a saturated market looks like. The quality tends to dip, so it's kind of like finding a diamond in the rough.
Well, how do you find that diamond in the rough then? How do you, and by the same token, how do you stand out if you're a really good finance manager and you're fighting against 1,200 people? Okay, you separate a lot of the wheat from the chaff, but there's probably still 600 people in there.
Yeah, you would think, but it would be more so about 5 to 10% of people that are applying are actually suitable.
Really?
Yeah. So you'll have directors applying for a manager grade role, which it isn't right. Companies don't tend to look at that because it's a red flag. You'll have people with 1 year of experience applying for a manager role, which isn't suitable. Again, the suitability is a real issue. One of the main reasons, or one of the best ways for you to get seen, is by playing the game. Essentially, it's all done by AI. It's all done via something called an ATS, which is an applicant tracking system. Essentially, manages the entire hiring process, and you need to manipulate that to some degree to show your application to the recruiters. Another way, and one of the best ways, especially for more senior individuals, is getting headhunted. So driving recruiters and hiring teams to your profile directly on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's the main platform for recruiting in the world at the moment. So driving them to your profile on LinkedIn is another way.
Wow. Okay. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
How much of the hiring slowdown that we read about, we hear about, we're talking about is psychological versus real?
Look, I think one of the biggest challenges of our lives at the moment is social media, right? You're seeing posts. I read a post yesterday that said that Dubai had been hit again, right? And it looks extremely official. It looks very official. And everyone in the comments is saying, oh my God, not again. It started again. So now these people go and tell 10 other people. And before you know it, everyone thinks that it's all kicking off. And unfortunately, headlines spread very quickly. And there are, unfortunately, organizations and people who are sort of capitalizing on this because people react to fear.
Sure.
Right? Sure. People react to fear. So there are these headlines going around that, no one's hiring, Dubai's over, the UAE is dying, and everyone's leaving. And there are these headlines going around, and these things affect people more than reality.
Yeah.
These things affect people more than reality.
Right, yeah. Okay. No, it's good to kind of put it into some sort of context because I've seen posts. I was watching a report a couple of weeks ago, and it was it's a ghost town, and I was walking around thinking it's really not a ghost town. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
So it's erroneous reporting. Or what was the one at the weekend? It was I think it was UK media, and it was 1 in 8 Brits have left, and lots of people firing back. 7 out of 8 are still here. Probably most of those were tourists in the. So it's
people always leave Dubai. People always come and go. It's not a case where this is unique to now. People are coming and going all the time. Like if you've got for anyone who has kids in school, they'll know that there are kids leaving the class all the time. Kids coming back into the class all the time. It's a transient society. It's an expat society.
That's a very good point because it's been school holidays as well.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Like it's an expat society, and unfortunately, one thing that does quite upset me is it seems like people around the world are relishing in what's happening. Almost like it seems like a lot of people are quite excited about it to see like the UAE in a tight spot, and it's quite upsetting, really. And I think that does spread a little bit of negative perception.
I share that experience with you because that's very much British media. But you know what? That's the build 'em up, knock 'em down mentality, and that's something you have to try and fight, I think.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: there's no kind of one size fits all response. What separates companies who are perhaps hiring quite aggressively from those that are pulling back at the moment? Do you think?
Industry is obviously, of course, number one. If you're directly impacted, then that's going to be the first thing. The second thing would be their ability to react. Their ability to react to a disaster. And some organizations perhaps are, more leveraged on older methods, perhaps aren't really utilizing social media properly, perhaps are, not as advanced in terms of their hiring tools and how they actually secure talent. So they're struggling. And, there are certain things that will cause organizations to struggle. But I'd say the primary sort of one word to describe it is adaptability.
Right.
So their ability to adapt to something like this. I think that's the primary thing that dictates how well you're going to cope and whether or not you're going to kind of struggle with the scenario.
Okay. In your post, there was something you said, and I wanted to try and drill into this a little bit. We've got a few minutes. You said a job search should take 2 to 4 weeks.
Yes.
Right? Which is that's the piece of string, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that generally what you see generally, or is that now? How does that work?
So the truth on the matter is it should take 2 to 4 weeks if it needs to take 2 to 4 weeks. Your job search should take 2 to 4 weeks is essentially my tagline, if you will. Now, the reason that this came about was because the UAE is an extremely transient society. If someone loses their job, they need to head back to their home country. There's not much time for you to secure something else.
Yeah, the 30-day cancellation of visa
Exactly.
thing, right.
It is possible for you to secure something in 2 to 4 weeks. It's not ideal.
Right.
In the ideal scenario, especially if you're relatively senior, you want to give yourself 2-3 months.
Sure.
It can be done in 2 to 4 weeks if it has to.
Right. Okay. And then the last thing, and this is great. Your post was, I talked to a few people, and then somebody responded to you. I just wanted to bring this up because I thought there are 2 reasons. Yes was a response to you. The masterpiece of nothingness, proudly brought to you by LinkedIn. I spoke with 3 founders, and we're already off 3, not 30, not 300, 3. Then the insights. Now, I thought a little bit unfair because a snapshot is a snapshot, right? And as you said, you've spoken to a few people. But I liked your response because I thought it shut it down quite nicely. But you were so polite. You just said, glad you enjoyed the article, which I thought was good.
Look, I think as someone who's saying stuff like that, I don't think they're looking for a well thought out response, right? I think it's more of a jab than an actual inquisition for information.
But I like you fronting up on social media that way. That was good. It's good to talk to you. Zachary Bennett is a talent partner at the recruitment firm Professional Pyramid. Thanks for coming in.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me back.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, has reviewed progress on Dubai's first electric air taxi station, part of a wider network across key areas of the city. He said the air taxi service will launch for public use this year. The first station is expected to serve around 170,000 passengers annually. The project marks a major step in Dubai's future transport plans aimed at reducing travel time and expanding smart mobility options. The UAE Space Agency has wrapped up its participation in the 41st Space Symposium in Colorado, strengthening global partnerships in the space sector. The delegation, led by Dr. Ahmed Belhoul Al-Falasi, Minister of Sports and Chairman of the UAE Space Agency, met with international leaders to support the UAE's National Space Strategy 2031. Key highlights included extending the Emirates Mars Mission Hope probe until 2028, following its success in collecting valuable scientific data. The UAE also shared progress on its asteroid mission and held talks with global agencies, including NASA, to explore future cooperation in space exploration. As schools across the UAE prepare to reopen on Monday, the April 20th, teachers are working to support students who may not be able to return immediately. The shift follows more than a month of distance learning introduced during regional tensions. While classes resume, not all students will be back at the same time, and some families are still overseas. With school transport services remain suspended for now, schools are adjusting plans to ensure flexibility and support for all students. Malaysia's halal exports grew strongly in 2025, reaching about 69 billion Malaysian ringgit, up around 11% from the previous year. According to the Halal Development Corporation, the sector continues to show strong global demand despite geopolitical challenges. Food and beverages remained the largest contributor, followed by halal ingredients. Palm oil exports also saw strong growth. China was the top export market, followed by Singapore, the US, Japan, and Indonesia. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is The Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Coming up, we're talking gold in a few moments' time. And the overall sentiment that we seem to be in at the moment is wait and see. Is that the case? Jeff Rhodes is here next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Gold next on Mira Business FM here on the Morning Drive, and we are joined by the Managing Director of Business Development Middle East and Asia for Monetary Metals, Jeff Rhodes. Got the title right again, Jeff. I'm rather proud of myself. Good to see you.
Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you very much. I like the metaphorical slap on the back. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a week. Do you know, and we've talked about this a little bit off air, and we're kind of wondering what's going on. What's the thrust of the week? What's the crux of the matter? And the crux is that not a lot's happened.
No, not a lot's happening. I think the big takeaway at the moment is the lack of clarity about where we're going. Because if you're going to make an investment decision, you need to be clear about, what you're going to do and why you're going to do it and what are the factors driving it. At the moment, there really is one focus for global markets, and that is the conflict in the Middle East. Yeah. Now, that is affecting the world. It's only a local conflict, but it impacts everyone because of energy, because of crude oil and the flow of, forgive the pun, into global markets from this part of the world. And so we just don't know. I mean, myself, I normally am quite opinionated, as you know, and have a certain clarity, not always correct, but I do have a clarity. At the moment, frankly, I haven't got a clue because there are so many different factors that come back to what is going to happen. It really impacts everything and everyone and every country. The cost of oil is driving fears of inflation. It's not really there at the moment. The latest CPI data and PPI data out of the US was a little bit inflationary, but not much, considering energy prices pretty much doubled. So, no, I think it's this lack of clarity is the main driver of the market, or lack of driver of the market. And the way to look at this, look at trading volumes, Tim. Trading volumes always revert back to the COMEX, to the CME, on their daily trading volume, because it's published, it's very accurate. Now, typically, you would have an average daily trading volume of around about 200,000 contracts. Right. Now, one contract is worth 100 ounces, so kind of do the maths. But that's average. What we had in January, when we were record after record, we had 400,000 contracts, 500,000 contracts, and pretty much an average of around 300 to 350,000. And that is really a healthy market. Lots of participation. We had an all-time record high of $5,602. And then February was quite busy. Then March, we really, since the start of the conflict, since that very beginning of the first kind of drone coming over this part of the world, markets have gone, taken a step back. Traders have stepped away from their trading desks, and we're having, so far in April, the average trading volume is 100,000 contracts. So that's half of the average, the normal of what you would expect. Why is that? Because we don't know. I think that lack of clarity is keeping people away from the market.
Well, it's interesting there. You said, and I quote, "I haven't got a clue." And I love the honesty there, because we just don't at the moment.
Don't know.
I don't remember a time where you really can't predict in any way what the President of the United States may or may not do, may or may not be thinking. And so much is weighted on that, of course. That's so kind of central to every issue that we have. I mean, let me just quote your report this week. Here's what it was. Gold rebounded on Tuesday from a near 1 week low hit the day before as oil prices fell on hopes of further US-Iran peace talks. Okay, so easing inflation fears. Gold prices rose yesterday on growing optimism over a potential deal. We've got news of a 10-day ceasefire, which is very welcome, of course, between Lebanon and Israel coming into effect. Oil prices down a little bit this morning, but gold has really been, it's around about $80 all week. I have really struggled to find anything to say to you other than everything you've just said. It's uncertain time.
It is, and we have been hugging 4,800. I mean,
exactly.
I did actually make a point in the weekly, like forward-looking analysis that I expected another week of sideways trading, and if I remember correctly, the projected range was 4,600 to 4,900. Well, forget 46. It's more like 4,700 to 4,900. So there really isn't anything going on. Look, there's one thing that happens every day, Tim. I've asked you this question before. I wonder if you can remember. What happens every day in the gold market without fail?
Without fail? Well, at the moment, absolutely nothing. Say it again.
No, every day we have gold that is being produced is sold because a gold producer is in the business of mining, producing, and selling its gold. So that comes onto the market every day. You don't have to buy gold every day. You don't. You may buy gold because you like it, you think price is going up, or you're a jeweler. But a jeweler only has a turnaround in his inventory of 2 or 3 times in a year. So you don't necessarily have buying every day, but you do have selling. And it's at what level is the market willing to take that onto its books? And that's why you have traders. So you have producers and you have consumers. In the middle, you have traders, you have trading companies, you have bullion banks, and they warehouse the risk. Okay. Now, but they don't have to trade. So the only thing that happens every day of the year is that we get gold coming onto the market, and it depends at what level traders and speculators are willing to take that on. Now, normally there's a lot of clarity. Everyone involved in what we do, they know what they want to do. But at the moment, it's almost impossible. Going back a week or so, we had a very, very strong technical buy signal.
Yes.
Okay, we did. The moving average convergence and divergence indicator, it's where one moving average crosses up through the other one, a short one over a longer one, and so on. That was a very strong indicator. Okay, and the target was well above 5,000. It went nowhere. I mean, it's up $100. So it's really nothing. So bottom line is, we're not really going to go anywhere in terms of price until clarity enters the market. That clarity needs to come from President Trump. And of course, our experience in the last year and a half or 2 years is that there is no clarity. We just don't know what he's going to say next. So,
well, this is the thing.
And that's a problem.
Well, whatever you think of President Trump, you can't accuse him of being boring. That's that I certainly believe.
I think Pope Leo might have a different view to him.
that's going to be ongoing for a while. Remarkable statement. So let me ask you this then. So markets there is a bullish feeling. It's not translating into trading at the moment. There is a bullish feeling because there's the potential of a peace deal of sorts. That's being touted by President Trump. What would you expect to see if a lasting peace deal does come to fruition?
Yeah, I think that's where the buyers. I think where the buyers have been standing to one side, they come into the market. So I do think that a lasting peace deal, what it will do, Tim, it'll bring the U.S. economy back onto centre stage. And it is the U.S. economy that largely drives the gold price. And by the economy, I mean interest rates in the U.S., which really dictate global interest rates. Certainly, you know, with the peg on currencies in this part of the world, it really is. If the US cuts interest rates, then we would cut interest rates and so on. So it is the impact of the US economy on the gold market. Now, that was before the problems in the Gulf. There was expectations of 2 to 3 interest rate cuts in 2026.
Yeah.
Now, when we had oil prices at $115 a barrel, that suddenly became, maybe we're going to have an increase in interest rates, not a decrease in interest rates. And that has been the problem for gold. And that caused the sell-off to $4,100. And then we had stability come in, and we've been hovering between 4,600 and 4,900 for a period of time. If we have clarity, if the conflict is resolved and we get the US economy back center stage, then people will turn to the other big event that's going to happen in this first half of the year, and that is what is going to happen with Jerome Powell as chairman of the Federal Reserve, because he is due to leave office in May.
Yes.
Okay. But his successor still has not been confirmed by Congress, which it has to be. Now, Jerome Powell said the other day, as I read, that he's willing to stay on until they do either the current successor is approved or somebody else comes in. He will stay as governor of the Federal Reserve.
So you have to have a governor of the Federal Reserve.
Right.
Is that constitutional or statutory?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, right.
I don't know the American law, but against that, President Trump said this week, if he doesn't stand down, I'll sack him.
Okay.
So now, has the President of the United States got the power just to sack the governor, the leader of the US Central Bank? I don't think so, but you don't know. Fundamentally, I don't think President Trump will be happy until US interest rates are at 2%. I do believe that he's got that number in his mind. And a driver of that would be, again, asking a question, who is the biggest borrower of US dollars in the world? It is the US government.
It is, yeah.
And so the debt, the national debt just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It has to be funded. If you've got interest rates of 5%, very difficult. If those interest rates are 2%, that takes a lot of the burden of servicing that debt away. And I do believe President Trump fundamentally believes that. And I don't know that it's such a bad concept. But one thing's for sure, interest rates at 2% means there is no real opportunity cost of holding gold.
Okay.
Okay. Then people will say, okay, I've got this gold, so what can I do with my money? If I leave it in the bank, I get 2%. You know, gold has doubled in price in the last 2 years. So therefore, where should I put my money? Into gold. This is why my fundamental view of the market this year is that interest rates will eventually head down once conflict in the Middle East is resolved, which I honestly believe we're very close to that. And when we get the focus back on the US economy and the potential for lower interest rates, bullish for gold.
Okay, so that's the world according to Jeff Rhodes.
Yes, sorry for the rant.
No, I'm following it, and it makes sense. The issue is, and this is again from one of your reports, I think this was maybe Wednesday, in the US, and it jumped out because the figure's quite odd. Traders now see a 29% chance of a 25 basis point interest rate cut this year, so 0.25%. Before the conflict, most people were like, there's going to be two reductions, maybe there'll be three.
I think it was, for 25 basis points, I think you would have had 100%. 50 basis points, 75, and then 75 basis points, probably 50-50.
Yeah.
But that turned into plus I think it was about 30% view that we're going to have a rate hike. Now, the US economy doesn't really point. When you see some numbers, recent figures have been quite negative about the US economy. It is not flourishing.
No.
It is not flourishing. Therefore, they do probably need a cut or two. But as I say, if President Trump gets his way, just remember this number, 2%. I'm sure. It's not as though I know President Trump, but I've certainly read from his first time in office, he liked that number 2%. And listen, I like it as well, because if you've got much lower dollar interest rates, you have lower interest rates here, guess what? Your mortgage becomes cheaper. Mm-hmm. And not just in the UK, around the world. So low interest rates is actually very positive for the global economy.
Well, let's hope so, because the global economy needs something at the moment, doesn't it? So that's the gold situation. Not lots to talk about, but not really much to report over the course of this week.
Lots to talk about. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But it's a hard one. Silver.
Silver, like silver's hovering around that $80 level. Yeah. So although it's disappointing, because what was the high? It was 120. What was it? $115. I can't remember.
116, I think,
something
around
like that, yeah. Now we're all disappointed. But just go back 2 years and we were languishing around $25 to $30. So I think it's doing really well. And the outlook, and there was a meeting in New York this week of the World Silver Institute, and the outcome of that and the consensus was that we've got another year of deficits in silver. So it means that more silver is being consumed every year than produced, which is obviously bullish. We've normally seen silver lease rates at 0, but over the last 3 months we saw them at much higher, very expensive, and lease rate on silver is still around 3% per annum, which is quite high for silver. So the fundamental outlook for silver remains bullish. Okay, we may see a bit of trading between 70 and 80, even 60 and 80, but by the end of this year, I think we'll be well established above $100, because that's what the physical demand versus supply numbers tell us, that we will be going higher. It's difficult for silver to go up when gold isn't. You just need the sentiment generally to be bullish in the precious metal sector. Look, silver's holding well. Platinum is solid. It's holding around 2,000, 2,100. For me, that's probably got the most upside, to be honest with you, and palladium as well. But the industrial precious metals have got a lot more going for them from physical demand. I do think that the global economy will come out of the issues with respect to high energy costs. I think we'll be back to normal. That would be very supportive for the global economy. That in itself means much higher prices in silver and platinum. I always avoid palladium because whatever I say, it goes wrong. So, but basically that looks good as well. But I just wouldn't nail my colours to the mast on palladium.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed, everything crossed, for some kind of notification of a peace deal soon, because around about 4,800 all this week for gold, around about the 80 mark for silver. Let's hope for some change next week. Yeah. You know, there was a phrase, one of our guests this week has used this phrase, so this one, it's not trademarked yet, we can all use it. Where we are now is in a state of decision paralysis.
Ooh,
good, that, isn't it?
That is normally that's almost as good as contango.
Oh, so I tell you what, we've got literally seconds. Decision paralysis. Remember, cautiously optimistic about 10 years ago. That was the phrase all the time. People don't use it now because it's a little bit. No, I learned something from your terminology of the day. this week. Ruthenium. I didn't know ruthenium was an element.
It's a PGM. It's a platinum group metal.
Platinum group metal. Okay. Specific gravity 12.20. Melting point 2,500 degrees centigrade. Chemical symbol RU.
Yeah, absolutely.
I tell you, the world according to Jeff Rhodes has changed my life. I learn.
Absolutely.
And as always, look, Jeff Rhodes, he is, let me get this exactly right once again, Managing Director, Business Development, Middle East and Asia, Monetary Metals. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Malaysia's halal exports grew strongly in 2025, reaching about 69 billion Malaysian ringgit, up around 11% from the previous year. According to the Halal Development Corporation, the sector continues to show strong global demand despite geopolitical challenges. Food and beverages remain the largest contributor, followed by halal ingredients. Palm oil exports also saw strong growth. China was the top export market, followed by Singapore, the US, Japan, and Indonesia. The World Bank Group has launched a new global platform called Water Forward. The aim is to improve water security for 1 billion people by 2030 with this platform, and the initiative will bring together governments and financial institutions to expand reliable water services and protect against droughts and floods. Officials say water is essential for health, food, and jobs, but billions still face shortages due to weak systems and limited investment that has slowed progress in many countries. World Bank President Ajay Banga said the focus is on linking reforms, funding, and partnerships to deliver water services at a large scale with this initiative, and the program will support countries in building stronger water systems and attracting investment. Gold prices held steady today and are heading for a fourth straight weekly gain. Spot gold rose slightly to around $4,800 per ounce, supported by easing tensions in the Middle East. Hope for the US-Iran deal and a ceasefire in the region have reduced fears of higher inflation and interest rates. A weaker US dollar and falling oil prices also helped support gold. Investors are now watching closely for progress in upcoming talks. And now, quick market and a currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost $74,800. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.27 Indian rupees, 76.03 Pakistani rupees, 33.47 Bangladeshi taka, 16.33 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the Morning Drive. A recent international report, and anecdotal reports as well, to be fair, has raised concerns about geopolitical risk and questioned whether the region's appeal to the ultra-high net worth and high net worth individual could face headwinds. But how much of this narrative reflects reality and how much is simply noise in a shifting global landscape? To break that down, we're joined by Christopher Rose, who is a family office strategist, works closely with high net worth individuals who are navigating exactly those kinds of decisions. Christopher, it's good to welcome you back to the show.
Great to be back. Thanks, Tim.
You're in London at the moment, so I appreciate you joining us this early in the morning. Let me just begin, first of all, with how are global investors and high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals actually reacting to recent geopolitical headlines involving the region? And I guess I should add to that the positive news this morning as well.
Absolutely. People are watching closely, and the news today certainly has helped. Maybe we'll start to see the end of this, but in general, we've not seen any kind of wholesale shift away from the UAE, at least with the families I'm speaking with. I think most of,
No, sorry, go on. Carry on.
When I'm talking to people, I find that most sophisticated investors, separate headline risk from structural risk. The key question they're asking is, does this change the long-term case for being here? And so far, the answer has been no.
Well, it's good to hear that. I was going to ask you, are we seeing any real shift in capital flows away from Dubai? How is demand, if you like?
We're seeing more of a pause and reassess, not a real shift or exit in any. I think conversations are taking longer. Capital deployment's more selective, but I think that's sort of everywhere right now.
I mean, it would seem to be, and I think we use the word pause and have used the word pause for the last 5 weeks. Really, that really seems to be kind of the attitude towards it. Is there such a thing, Christopher, as a risk mitigation checklist for family offices that people like yourself, professionals like you, might recommend or have recommended during the time that we've been in? And what would that list look like if there was one?
Well, I think it's, family offices start with downside protection, not upside. So I think that list would start with, is my family safe? Is the jurisdiction stable and predictable? And can I continue to operate normally? And I think it's really as basic as that. And that's where the UAE has built credibility. And I think that's why people are continuing to stay in the region. I think most people, family offices, when you create a family office, it's very sticky. It's a long-term planning involved. So you don't just pick up and leave right away. And so I think maybe for short-term, for people who just recently come into the country, can come and go very easily. That's one thing, but family offices are stickier.
There's been so much speculation about geopolitical risk, particularly now, of course, and it might be calling the UAE, the region's appeal to the ultra wealthy. You're in the room with families, I guess, weekly, daily. To what extent are clients raising concerns about regional tensions or looking for an exit, and are they looking for? Do they see the headlines as a temporary storm? We've seen this before. And are they generally more focused on that long term? Is that the experience you've had in the last 5 weeks or so?
Pretty much, yeah. I think that they're aware of the risk, but they're not acting emotionally. I think, as you suggested, most families take a longer term view. So the conversation hasn't been, should we leave? It's, how do we make sure we're structured to stay resilient no matter what happens?
And do you find that families showing the most concern come from maybe the West? Are the newer wealth families, if you like, I don't know, from Russia or India or China, do they still view the UAE as like a primary hedge against volatility from volatility in their home markets?
I think the important thing is how the UAE has reacted during this crisis. It's been very measured and consistent with its approach. It's defended its population, it's supported business. And I think a lot of families are looking at how jurisdictions react under pressure, as opposed to making immediate knee-jerk reactions on a current situation.
And I guess what's really key is regulatory stability, isn't it? And infrastructure that really helps when things are tough. That keeps the confidence up, doesn't it?
It does. For serious wealth, this isn't just about tax or lifestyle. It's about whether there's a reliable system underneath everything. And, the UAE, particularly through DIFC and ADGM, they have credible legal and regulatory frameworks that people trust. And it's consistency that holds confidence together during uncertain periods.
From your standpoint, I know you're in London at the moment. What's your view, from outside looking in, if you like, if you were to take a step back and from outside of the region, how resilient do you see Dubai's positioning compared to, the other wealth hubs, the Singapores, or where you are now in London?
Well, I think that, first of all, I'm just here for a few days for the Easter break. I'll be right back. Right. But I think that compared to Singapore and London, Dubai is newer as a financial center. But it's been very deliberate how it's built itself around safety, infrastructure, and global connectivity. And I think what really people look at is how Dubai managed itself during COVID. And I think a lot of people are pulling that playbook back right now in terms of keeping things operational. At the time during COVID, Dubai and UAE opened earlier than most places. That drove a lot of capital into the market. Now we're seeing a different type of test, but the response has been measured and with a clear focus on stability and protecting people. And I think Dubai's advantage is that shown in real time they can operate under pressure, and for global capital that matters.
Well, it does. I think it's interesting that you're outside of the region at the moment. I know you're based here, but I wonder what your feeling is now that you're in London over the Easter break,
sure,
as to how much of a geopolitical headwind narrative is coming from analysts in places like London or maybe New York or wherever, who maybe don't understand the kind of local firewalls that the UAE's built over recent times, the last decade or so.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. I think that sometimes the perception outside the market is different than the reality in the market. I mean, you speak to friends. Even the last week, the restaurants and bars have been full. People are acting, relatively like they were earlier. Maybe it's a little quieter, and I think that would surprise a lot of people in other markets who would just assume people would run for the hills. But so far, we've not seen that in UAE.
No, we really haven't seen that. I wonder as well, to what extent do media narratives influence investor sentiment versus, that on the ground, the reality that you and I are very well aware of?
It certainly does, but it's usually short term. I think at least any wealthy family don't take their advice from the headlines. They speak to their advisors. They're talking to the banks. They're talking to people on the ground. These are very thoughtful processes. So it might make you pause immediately, but I think people bounce back. I think the article that you're referring to was back at March 5th when we were just shortly a little way into this. It hadn't really played out yet, and I think a new article would probably be different even outside the UAE right now.
Yeah, well, you would hope so. I mean, there are so many articles. The issue, of course, is everything is compounded by social media as well, and that kind of constant narrative delivered directly to your phone, to your personal kind of ecosystem, if you like. What misconceptions do you feel international coverage often gets wrong about the wealth ecosystem here in Dubai?
I think the biggest misconception is that's all short-term or opportunistic. And really, in reality, what we've been seeing is an increase in institutionalization, particularly with family offices and long-term capital structures being set up. That's very different from simply attracting wealthy individuals.
Yeah. What sectors in particular continue to attract the most interest from high net worth individuals here in Dubai, the UAE, but also, I guess, the region by extension?
Well, right now, I'd frame it slightly differently in this environment. It's less about which sectors are hot, maybe, or how capital is behaving. What I'm seeing, and this comes up consistently in conversations with family offices, is a defensive and selective approach. People are focused on the typical sectors, real estate, potentially opportunistically right now, taking a look and seeing whether there are some opportunities there. In other sectors right now, I think people are watching closely, including hospitality and consumer-facing businesses, which are under pressure.
Okay, let's look ahead at what you believe may lie ahead for Dubai in terms of growth. Do you expect acceleration in Dubai as a global wealth center, or are we in a period of perhaps, a holding pattern, a stabilization pattern?
In the short term, I mean, again, the news today may change everything, and fingers crossed it does. But in the short term, if you'd asked me yesterday, you may see some pauses depending on global conditions, but structurally, the trajectory still looks strong. I think, the UAE has shown repeatedly that can manage through difficult periods. and ultimately capital flows to places that combine stability, infrastructure, and positioning. And the UAE still offers that.
I was thinking of asking you something like this morning until the headlines came in at around about 4:15 this morning. But I was going to ask you, if a family office principal were to call you today and say to you, Christopher, I'm worried about the headlines. I was going to say, what's the one data point that you would maybe give, somebody with that kind of on that kind of call to settle their nerves, if you like. But I suppose conversations like that today probably have a different slant, don't they?
Slightly, yes. I mean, as I indicated before, these decisions aren't, I'm just moving to Dubai. You look carefully at the regulatory regime and the tax and other aspects of how you would establish your structure. And this decision's made over several months. So I think that people who seriously looked at Dubai continue to seriously look at Dubai, and they compare it to Singapore and other jurisdictions. But at the end of the day, I don't think this changes that much, especially if we see an end to the conflict soon.
Business as usual. Can I put one final thing to you? This is something that I've read that you've said, and I think this is a salient point. The ultra-wealthy don't move based on headlines. They move based on structural resilience. So in very simple terms, the UAE is built on, they've built a legal, a financial kind of fortress that's going to be very hard to replicate anywhere else. It will certainly take a long time to replicate. So rather than should we leave the Middle East, isn't the question for family offices right now, how do we use the Middle East, the region, as a global base to better manage a volatile world?
No, I think that's that states it well. I think these families are looking at the next 50 years, not the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And they are looking for stability and consistency in application, especially on the regulatory side. And regardless of the conflict that we've just experienced, I think that UAE has proven that it still is a regulatory appropriate jurisdiction and a safe haven to move your capital. I think we're going to see volatility throughout the world in the coming years. It's inevitable, but it's how people handle crisis and how they manage the pressure that I think the families will look out for.
I think that's the point, isn't it? I realize it's very much a speculative conversation. This is all a movable feast at the moment, Christopher. But your perspective from London is interesting, as always. Hopefully we can welcome you back to the studio soon. But for now, Christopher Rice is a family office strategist. And thank you once again for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you on. This is Mira Business FM.
Business FM. The sound of success.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Crossroads at Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University, Dubai. My name is David Tully, and my wonderful co-host, Dima McCallsay, could not be here with us for this very special episode of Crossroads, but I am thrilled to introduce the man who could be here. Sharjah-based filmmaker and American University of Sharjah lecturer, Mohammed Mamdouh. You're gaining. I'm reading this from the text, so I get it all in there. I'm not good with the improv. You're getting global attention with your film Halal Dreams, and why? Because it's heading into competition at the Oscar-nominating Seattle International Film Festival, marking a major step for UAE storytelling on the international stage. And we're thrilled, Mohammed, that you could be with us right now for this episode of Crossroads. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, David, and thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm really, I'm so thrilled you're here. And I'm thrilled to be back in the studio, too.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So thanks for welcoming me back in the studio. How's your past few weeks been?
It's been quite busy. I mean, we kind of kept my head down and was finishing off a film and really just glued in with my students.
Now, let's talk about, can we talk about that for a second? Then I want to hear about, you said you're glued in with your film. We're both teachers. I'm teaching at Middlesex, you're teaching at American University of Sharjah, and I take it you have also been teaching online, as I have had to do for the past few weeks. How's that been going for you?
For us, it's been really productive, and I teach filmmaking, so my students have been very busy making their films and pretty focused. So yeah.
That was the one upset for some of the students, that the ones who had gotten their filming in before everything broke out, in late February, they were in a good position to lock into editing, and others, of course, it's a bit frustrating. But of course, yeah. It forces everyone to get creative and find their ways around.
Exactly, which is filmmaking, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a great lesson for everyone.
Making it up as you go. So you said you were working on your film. I take it you're not working on Halal Dreams. That one's done. That one is, as it says here, competition at the Oscar-nominating Seattle International Film Festival. When is that going to be?
So it starts on May 7th through to the 17th. We're screening twice with a feature film called Valentina. So it's showing with the feature. We're really excited to be there. It's a great opportunity for the film. This is actually our second Oscar-qualifying film festival for Halal Dreams.
What was the first?
The first was the American Documentary and Animation Film Festival, which took place in Palm Springs in California. That was around last month. I didn't go, but I'm planning to go to Seattle.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, you would have gone otherwise, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
But you at least heard about the audience reception. It went over well?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get a sense of how that all went down. I've reached out to the organizers, and they've been, very nice and kind. So
that's fantastic. Well, I mean, congratulations about that. It is a shame that you couldn't be there, but you'll be there for the next one. And
for Seattle,
just being in the festivals, it's such a major achievement. Usually we have a far more improvised conversational approach, but we do have a few questions. Sure. But I'm going to go back to those questions in a second. I was doing my due diligence, doing my research, and I was interested, as a New Yorker, you said you first got your idea for Halal Dreams when you were wandering around Times Square. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I'm, originally from Egypt, and it's unusual when you're in the middle of Manhattan and you suddenly hear Egyptian voices in the most authentic way possible, saying things you haven't heard other than in downtown Cairo. So that was the first time I experienced, halal cart being around me, and it kind of stuck with me, and I just didn't let it go, and I was just kept thinking, this is something I really have to show. I got to tell this story of these people that service New York, but are very much not as visible as we'd like them to be. So I found somebody who was willing to take on this task with me, and it was a really inspiring experience.
So now that was a particular experience, being in Times Square, hearing authentic Egyptian voices and wanting to tell their story. One of the questions that I was given, and this will lead us back because it's clearly not your only film out there. What first drew you to filmmaking? How did your journey begin in the UAE that led you to Times Square and that story?
it's been like 20 years almost at this point. I started making films when I was 16. I think I was always drawn to the idea that people in a room can share your feelings and have empathy for your characters, despite the fact that we don't inhabit other people's bodies. Film kind of transcends that and allows you to have that experience in a way that no other medium does. And, you know, I really wanted to spend my career really getting people to share this emotional and visceral experience. And that's what's been happening. And it's been such a blessing.
I'm interested. I'm fascinated that the first thing you mentioned is that communal experience.
Yeah.
It is such a valuable part of filmmaking, and it's such an endangered part of filmmaking right now. Here's a question. I usually don't get these, but Tim put together some nice questions. I'd love to hear your thoughts. How do you navigate building a career locally while aiming for global recognition?
Well, I feel really lucky being in the UAE because, you know, having your home base here gives you a lot of advantages that you wouldn't get if, you know, I was in a different hub like in Cairo or in New York. You know, I'm a golden visa holder as a director, which has really impacted my ability to make films the way I do.
How so? You mind elaborating on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's you know, it's entirely supported by Dubai culture, which has made a significant difference in the way that I carry myself through projects. It's not related to my profession as a professor. I mean, these are two separate things that happen to coincide because I teach film. But it gives me this autonomy that I think I'm very grateful for, and also the stability and long-term thinking of a filmmaker and an artist. You know, like I can not ever have to worry about anything really because I feel like a long-term, you know, resident of this country. So it's a great feeling.
Okay, you mean, are you speaking financially? You don't have to worry about anything?
Well, I mean, being a golden visa holder gives you a lot of benefits and advantages, especially in the arts, right? So I think that opportunity that Dubai culture offered to artists and the way that they support and nurture them through programs, through initiatives, including the golden visa itself, is just, you know, phenomenal.
What are would you mind going into that? Like, what are some of those initiatives and programs?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they host so many film screenings. They have a ton of opportunities for filmmakers to apply for competitions. I believe there are grants as well. And this isn't just open to, you know, to people like myself. It's open to everyone in the country at different stages of their career. So I think that's phenomenal. And at the same time, you know, when I go to places like New York and because they are UAE productions, you know, the films are UAE productions. So
that's worth stressing too. It's a UAE. It is a person living and working in Times Square that you're telling the story of, but it's a UAE production.
It's a UAE production. So I feel lucky in a way that I get to bridge both those worlds through the films that we're making in New York, but, you know, based out of UAE, supported by the UAE.
The platform is provided by here.
Exactly.
So you were walking through a city on the other side of the world, and you found an underrepresented voice, perhaps, or at least one you wanted to explore.
Yeah.
So there's a question here that I think relates to that. What stories do you feel are still underrepresented in the region's film landscape?
Well, I think anytime you try to tell a story of something personal that only you can access because you have a point of view on it, that's an instinct you want to follow, you know? Because it's easy to want to go at it from an entertainment perspective and just think, okay, what would engage people? What would move the metrics? What would move the needle? Sure, you know? But if you can balance that with something only you can tell, you know, like that's what I tell my students all the time when they're coming up with the stories. Yeah, you want the narrative structure, but what story do you have access to that nobody else does? And everybody else in New York, you know, that I spoke to kind of just saw the halal cart workers in the background. It wasn't something...
Or didn't see them, I could even say.
You could say that they weren't, you know, laser focused on the role that they play in society. But I saw it so differently. I kind of romanticized it in my mind. I was like, he's servicing all of New York, and he's got a son back home in Cairo, or a daughter perhaps, and trying to stay in touch with them and raise a family that's abroad, I started thinking about what that three-dimensional life looks like. And that's because I'm Egyptian. And I felt like, I'm also a third culture kid. I grew up here. So I felt like I connected to those, you could say, wavelengths of experiences, that he might be going through. And that instinct, turned out to be partially true. There's some things I learned that I didn't know. For example, it's not as black and white. Like, he has family over there too. He has family in New York, but his kids were in Egypt. So, it was a great learning experience for me. Yeah.
So I'm interested. You said a few minutes ago that you tell your students that, of course, you need to learn the craft.
Absolutely.
You have to learn how to build the building, the story structure, how to hold a camera, all those things. Yeah. But then you also have to learn how to tell a story that only you can tell.
Absolutely.
Is that right? Am I putting?
Yeah, that's true.
And so, what are some of the things that you found in your own experience, and or what are some of the things you? It's one thing to say that to students. How do you help them find that? How do you find your own voice? And I guess a tangential question that's related to that: what are some of your influences as a filmmaker, as a storyteller?
Yeah, I think you have to expose yourself to as much art as possible, and not just film. We're talking about art history. We're talking about literature. You have to expose yourself to experiences. You have to travel. And, like, I had a student a couple of semesters ago tell me that she can't take my course because she's going to do a semester abroad in Tokyo. And she felt really down about it because she's not going to get to make a movie the way she had planned to. And I was like, why do you feel down? That's going to enrich your experience as a filmmaker far more than being just in a regular classroom. You're going to make better films because of that experience you're about to have. And, so I always think that, filmmakers need to experience life in a way and take their own personal filters into those experiences, because we all see things differently. And that's what makes those movies feel so unique, is that perspective, that point of view that you can access. And it's a process, it's trial and error, it's iteration, particularly as screenwriters. Like, I do try, even the ones that are not screenwriters, I try to train everybody to be a storyteller first in discovering their voice before they actually start developing that visually.
To be a storyteller first.
To be a storyteller first.
What do you mean by that?
So we focus a lot on McKee. We focus on narrative structure, on dramatic change, and if the stories have those elements, that toolkit, those cooking ingredients, let's say. Yeah. And if they don't, they can't move on to phase 2, which is production. So it's mandatory. You have to figure out structure before you develop your style. And doing it that way for us has been really exceptional. We've had over 60 film festival selections from our students. It's been incredible. Like, I'm really proud of them. We just had somebody win an award in Germany just last week, actually, for her film. Yeah, so
this is one of your students.
Yeah. I'm very proud of her. She's
was it her final project? Was it
it was her first documentary short film.
Wow!
So I was honestly inspired and astounded by her progress, and she's just starting, and she's already delivering such exceptional work. Yeah.
I loved what you said a few minutes ago about, and I'm always ranting about this to anyone who will listen. Very few do. That what you said about that filmmakers, sure, but everyone needs art history, needs literary history. These sort of sweeping survey courses, history, government history. People need this broad, big picture before they start focusing in on the details. Absolutely. And I do feel, I'd love to hear your opinion about this, that I do feel that a troubling trend globally in education, one we're always trying to fight in the classroom here, is that move towards specialization, that move towards just focusing on your career path and the basics of that career, that tunnel vision, even more than specialization. And I think for instance, I think you see that in the films that are made nowadays globally, that there's a certain sameness and repetition because they're being made by people who don't have a broad experience, they don't have a broad education. If you want to be a filmmaker, you've got to hustle in the industry, so that narrows the tunnel of your experience because if you want to get anywhere, you got to be in these places hustling. You've got to study film and only film, so you can't do art history, literary history, government, politics, science, math, all the things that an education used to give you a broad smorgasbord palette buffet of before.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's something that I've been really focused on as an educator, and even in my own films, is to always reinforce it with mythology, with visual motifs that, you know, I know would drive people to think, and my students too. You know, it's the same for them. Like even our introductory course, we do a cultural literacy chapter where we have to look at all the references and all the major Hollywood films, and you know how they've appeared in them, kind of like subtly and subliminally in the background, and things like that. But then, you know, also in my own work, you know, Halal Dreams is very different to anything I've made as well. So it doesn't fit into the mold. Well, it's a docudrama. I mean, that's kind of why it was. So, you know, I'd say I'm more of a traditional filmmaker. I'm really passionate about cinema, you know, in the most traditional sense. But
well, for the uninitiated, what would that mean?
You know, so I really enjoy narrative structure. I enjoy, you know, having a crisis, a climactic action.
Classical cinema.
Yeah,
okay.
Halal was in many ways not classical, but it was still romanticized and magical in some sense. But it wasn't, you know, it's a slice of life, which you would expect that to be. But what made it really different is the docudrama element. And I think that's what's made it really stand out in the marketplace.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that element would make it stand out?
Well, I mean, there isn't a lot of work in that space to compare it to, you know? So I think telling a story that's scripted, or let's say half scripted, half unscripted.
Sorry to cutting you off again. I'm just thinking of the audience listening out here who might not understand. How does that work? Half scripted, half unscripted.
You create environments for your actors, and the environments sometimes are very close to their own experiences because they're not really actors in that sense. So I have a halal cart worker who's really a halal cart worker. He's told me about his day, and then I simulate those scenarios from his day that he's told me about. So they're scripted. And there's actors coming in and out of Times Square that he would have bumped in on a regular day that would be unscripted. But in a sense, you're getting, because I had to make it in a controlled environment, particularly in a chaotic, fast motion space like Times Square. You know, we had to have a plan. So I had to know who the characters are that this man was gonna, his name is Muhammad Shabura, was gonna, you know, have these interactions with, and we had to cast people for those roles, but at the same time allow them the space for it to feel authentic and genuine. And Seattle International Film Festival, it's really interesting. Valentina, the film that we're showing with, is executive produced by Jessica Alba, and it's this new, I believe, first time, or her first feature, I believe, is also a docudrama. So they've programmed a feature-length docudrama with Halal Dreams, and I saw that and instantly was like, wow, that's going to be such an incredible experience for us to be curated that way into the festival, because both films kind of follow a same tonality, I suppose, or the same world.
Well, and I suppose they would program them for no other reason than they know there'd be an audience receptive to that sort of filmmaking. And that sort of leads me to, why do you think this film, Halal Dreams, is resonating with the international audiences right now?
I think it's just honest, you know, like I think it's vulnerable and genuine, and it feels like you're capturing something real. And there is a lot of reality in it. You know, I remember Muhammad asked me, can I use my daughter's real photograph in the movie? And I was like, yeah, of course, if you're comfortable showing her, go for it. And he did. That's exactly what he did. And, you know, so you are seeing aspects of his life that are unscripted. Then there are other aspects, of course, that are scripted. And I think people really resonated with this truth. And the fact that you could go, I showed this in New York Short Film Festival, where it won the Best Documentary Short, we're lucky, by the way, because our movie ends up in documentary competitions, but also in narrative fiction competitions, given the hybrid nature of the film.
It spans genres.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
audiences, too, in that way.
Exactly.
The fans of cinema verite, fans of classical cinema.
Exactly.
Mohammed, the haunting blues refrain wafting up under us means that we're unbelievably already out of time, which means we've only begun to scratch the surface of this topic. You need to come back on the show. Would you please do it when Deepa's here?
Sounds good.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you
Mohammed
for having
Mamdouh,
me.
his film Halal Dreams is playing at the Seattle International Film Festival in May. Congratulations, Oscar nominating Seattle Film Festival. I wanted to talk about the future trajectory of the film with that boost, but we're going to have to get it next time. Next time.
Sounds great.
Okay, take care. Thank you again for being on the show.
Thank you.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. It's actually luxury breaks on the morning drive, and this time we're on two wheels, and that's to find out more about the Dubai biker community, which is scaling fast from a simple chat group into perhaps a global platform. 300 riders joined a recent UAE rally, and international momentum is building, and it's a movement blending community and tech and purpose and biking. Two guests today. Victor King's the founder of World Bikers. He's a long-distance rider over, get this, 700,000 kilometers on the road. Global ambassador helping to reshape endurance riding certification as well. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to meet you. Dressed appropriately too. Plus, as is always the case on Luxury Breaks, Jacek Ziamek is here from X Motors. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Good to have you. Two wheels this week, Jacek, so bear with us. Yeah.
2 wheels more, and it will be perfect.
I know. He needs 4 wheels, Victor, but what can you do? Look, I mentioned to you a guy that I grew up reading, and a friend of mine bought me a book when I was a kid, years and years ago, and it was the story of a guy that rode a motorcycle around the world. And a lot of people, you can't really nail this down, but lots of people credit him with being the first person to do it. It was in the early, mid-70s. His name's Ted Simon, still alive, lives in France, went around the world on a Triumph Tiger, a 500cc Triumph Tiger. The story is fascinating. It's called Jupiter's Travels. So I'm kind of fascinated with you, really. You've ridden over 700,000 kilometers. What is it, before we go anywhere, about life on two wheels?
It's so it started as what I call love at first mile.
Okay.
It started with that, but going forward, it was the win on the face, the freedom, and most importantly, the brotherhood and the bond that you form with the fellow bikers when you're on the road, whether you're riding with them or you bump into them. It just stays forever. I have more than 4,000 plus bikers on my mobile phone today, and it took me a while to digitalize them before I moved on from a notebook, phone book to a
Rolodex.
Yes. So it's the brotherhood. It's the feeling of freedom. It's the wind on the face, the sound of the machine, the smell of the fuel. It all combines together, and it just puts a smile on my face when I'm on two wheels.
I can see that it does. When I was a kid, I grew up next to two bikers, and they were always outside, especially, I remember long summer nights, and I kind of watched them. I was supposed to be asleep, but I'd watch them outside the window. They'd be tinkering with the bikes and building and adding bits, taking bits away. Their mates would be round with them, and there's something sort of romantic about it. And I'm not a biker. But I've ridden motorcycles a little bit, and there is something about that sort of wind in your hair, and you can smell the environment you're in, and there's a freedom to it.
Absolutely. It's the whole package which comes with it. It has fascinated me since I was 16, and now almost 34 years on two wheels, and I still enjoy it.
Okay, so what is it about long distance riding for you? Because, I mean, in the introduction there, over 700,000 kilometers. I mean, it's huge.
So, it was never long distance. So if you do the maths, it's over the 30 plus years. Right. It's per year, it's not too much. But when we talk long distance, we talk endurance. We talk limited by time. Now, this was a concept which was started almost about 25 years, a little over 25 years back, by a gentleman named Jack Powis, who is the sort of principal for long distance ride certification, LDR certification, endurance rides. Now, he wanted to basically recognize and appreciate the effort that goes in by the riders, and he created this certification to recognize them, admire, and appreciate them. And that is where I think test of endurance comes in, along with your love for biking. When you try to do different levels of certification, whether it's 500 miles in 12 hours, 1,000 miles in 24 hours.
Right.
And then we also have 1,500 miles in 36 hours, 1,500 miles in 30 hours and then 1,500 miles in 24 hours. So, recently I was appointed as the global ambassador by Jack to take the journey forward. And first thing I did was to digitalize the process of certification, which was quite a tedious task. We'll talk about it as we move forward.
Well, let's talk about that now because I'm interested in that. I was going to ask you about a rally recently, but this is a certification. What do you have to go through, and what does the certification mean?
You need to have a valid driving license. That's the first step. That's and a motorcycle. That's it. And then you just start riding. Now, the old school process was to document the journey with evidence of that you've done the ride, which used to include fuel receipts, pictures, GPS locations, and every 500 miles, which is 805 kilometers, each rider will have to do about a set of 24 pieces of documentation, 3 at each stop. So you start, you collect the documentation, and every 150, 200 kilometers, when you refuel, you do the same set of documentation. And then you submit that. Now imagine someone doing 1,500 per rider. That's a lot of documentation. Now if a group is doing that, which was last year in February, we were about 44 riders who started this. And it was quite overwhelming for the ambassador at that time to put that documentation, compile that information, share it with the principals, and get the certification. We did it on 8th of February. We got the certification on 1st week of July. That's how tedious the process was. But so that builds up quite a bit of frustration with riders, or they feel less appreciated. They put in an effort. They're not doing it because it's going to give them, it's not a Grammy Award or a global. It's just self-appreciation that, yes, I wear this patch, I inspire others to wear it. So
you do it because you can.
So so first thing I did was to create a digital process of documentation. Still keeping the old school ways in the mix. But today, if a rider finishes a ride, within 48 hours, he can receive a digital certification. Because approval process has been digitalized, documentation is gathered digitally, and it's per rider. And in January, we certified around 55 riders based in UAE, Australia, and India. And they did the ride, and 2 days later, once the fees was paid, digital certificate delivered. The patches and pins can be couriered to them anytime. So we on the 10th day, every single rider had their patches, pins, certificates with them. Now that is, where they feel happy about. It's after doing 2,400 kilometers in 36 hours, with all not more than 4 hours sleep in those 1.5 days. It's a lot of effort.
It is. It's a bit of recognition for that effort as well, isn't it?
And then they want that immediate gratification that, yes, can I have that gratification? Yes. And that's puts a smile on the face. I wear these patches with pride, with my certifications. I've done quite a few of them, multiple attempts, and it's been fantastic. And when you do it as a group, it's the relationship that you form with imagine 36 hours on 2 wheels with the same set of people. You're inspiring them. Somebody's tiring, you're giving them a leg massage. Everything put together, it's the bond that is built, the brotherhood that's formed there. The strangers become family in 1.5 days.
Well, you're painting a good picture because I think for people outside of outside of the bike community, it's kind of hard to understand the sort of kinship, the live to ride, ride to live mentality. The patches, you have to earn your patches. Any motorcycle club, you earn your patches, don't you? And I suppose that's a hard thing to grasp, but I'm sort of understanding it.
It's a feeling, when you meet a rider on the street, and this happens almost every weekend when we wake up at 5 a.m. and go for a ride, every Sunday. You see a rider, even if he stopped for just to take a stretch, your first instinct is, I need to pull up, check on him or her, if he's okay. Does he need any help?
They're kind of unwritten rules of the road,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, this is now. If I talk 25, 30 years back, things were very different when it comes to wearing patches. Now, anyone can start a motorcycle club. There is no restrictions to it. Back in the days, old school ways of wearing a patch and wearing colors were very different.
Well, there were dubious ways of collecting patches back in the day. weren't there,
You
as well?
could, but then you get in trouble for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember when I used to be a solo rider my entire life. I just started working with the motorcycle clubs just a few years back. But as a solo rider, I could ride through any city or state. But if I was to wear a patch, I can't just ride through a city or a state because the clubs that operate in that, if I'm lucky, I'll just get beaten up and my vest taken. That's my lucky day. And this is still valid in a lot of places, specifically in Australia, in Europe, in Americas. I was talking to Jack. I said, I'm planning to do either Sturgis or Daytona rallies next year. Will it be okay to wear my colors and come? And his words were, well, it's the same. Lucky, you get beaten up and your vest taken. Worst, you won't make it home. You'll go in a box.
It's slightly less attractive now. Let me bring in our resident petrol head, Jacek, here. I'm just interested because you're listening. Two wheels to you is that's not your thing. I know.
I never thought about it two wheels because of my physical limitations.
Okay.
I was swearing on the guys who constructed the motorcycles. That idea would be the brake would be on the left side and the gear changes on the right side. It would be possible for me to ride. Otherwise, it's not possible because of my limitations of the left foot.
Okay? Okay.
So I never touched this one. I never touched this wall. But when you're talking about it, I'm thinking and I'm trying to imagine myself there. Riding on a bicycle for the 24 hours, what you are doing in this time? Thinking, fighting with your thoughts, listening to music, podcasts.
It's much tougher than people realize.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about the 24 hours, but you're talking about the 36 hours, about a week on two wheels. So what you doing this time? Where are your thoughts? What's going on inside your head?
So that's where I think the initial thought of the wind on the face, the best, most philosophical way I can put this across is when the wind touches your face when you're riding at, 80, 90, 100, 110 kilometers an hour. It's just sort of the negative thoughts and energy is being washed away at the back.
Yeah,
You're
they're
left with
behind you, aren't they?
clean mind, I've solved I've taken most difficult decisions which were sitting on the table for my businesses, which I was finding very difficult to take. I went on a ride. 1 hour later, I had the answer.
So it's a de-stressor.
Just de-stress. It just disconnects you from the rest of the world because and the reason is not just the love for biking; it's the need. You're not on four wheels which balances itself. You're balancing it. So your mind will always be a 360-degree surrounding. Who's on the left? Who's on the right? Who's going to come from the back? So for bikers are known to be more safer than car riders. No offense, please. Globally, for a simple reason, because it's their need to be self-aware of 360-degree surroundings. So you will find them constantly watching the rear-view mirrors. You'll constantly watching over their shoulder. Because one small error from somebody else, a car will hit a barricade and stop. The chances of biker getting hurt or worse is very high. So bikers normally are very self-aware.
Well, it is. I mean, more often than not, it's the car at fault when it comes to motorcycle accidents, simply because it's harder to see motorcyclists a lot of the time as well. No, I understand that. That was always my father's thing. You never have on a motorcycle. And I've managed to not listen to most of what he's told me in my life, but I did listen to that. Tell me about your bike. You're a Harley Davidson guy.
I've enjoyed Harley Davidson. I mean, not my first bike though, because it was never available in India where I was born. So I built my first bike as Yazdi 1969 Yazdi Road King.
Right.
And with the help of a mechanic on the side of the road, built it up to look like a cruiser. I remember sketching it on a piece of paper. I wanted to see it.
Right.
Thanks to a lot of inspiration coming from Bollywood movies and TV shows at the time. And but then I also owned a Rajdut RD 350. I did my first long distance on actually a two-stroke, Yamaha RX 100, where I did my Spiti Valley, which was around 3,200 kilometers at that time on my Yamaha, and where 65% of the roads were literally dirt tracks or gravel tracks, if not tarmac. But it was an adventure. We had just finished high school. We had 2 months of holidays, and a few boys just got together and said, let's go.
And that's the thing with it. It's very much kind of do it yourself, isn't it? I suppose in your community, really, people are building, helping each other, adding bits, taking bits, building their own bikes, customizing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's with today the new generation of bikers. They're quite enthusiastic, purely because they're more informed, and secondly,
enthusiastic is underplaying it.
I can't go beyond that for them. For them, the affordability is there.
Right.
Our parents couldn't afford to buy us 100,000 dirham bike or even 100,000 rupee bike at that time. That would be my 5-year school fees or more. So it was all building from the scratch. But today, you get a 10,000 dirham job and you can still afford a Harley Davidson entry level at least. So,
can you really?
Yes, of course you can.
Okay.
Of course you can. It's or any bike, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Now the choices are not limited to Harley. If you're not a Harley fan, you can go for sports bike. You can go in for adventure. You can go in for touring bikes. They're fantastic. Honda Goldwing, and there's a new Chinese brand which has come up, which we test rode during the Eid rally. Fantastic piece of hardware. 2,000cc engine, V8.
That's just just a huge amount of power.
Have you seen the bike they construct based on using the Maserati engine V8?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's a engine with 2 wheels. You can say.
Well, it is basically that. That's probably a little bit too much power. Let's be honest.
Yes, definitely.
That's a frightening amount of power.
Absolutely, I think certain amount of power and speed specifically should be restricted for the tracks and with professional training. And that's what we encourage. And as much as I enjoy riding, I love it. I only ride a car about 4.5, 5 months in a year in Dubai.
Do you really?
My car is parked in the basement for a good 6.5, 7 months.
Okay. So that's, I'm guessing, summer months.
So, yes, summer months.
Just summer months,
yes,
and that's it?
Yes.
The rest of the time you are...
even to work, even for my business meetings.
Really?
My jacket's in the saddle. I'm wearing a 3-piece suit. And I just switch from leathers to a formal jacket when I reach the meeting point, and I attend my meeting. It saves me time. It feeds my passion of having a few hundred miles while on the road.
Okay. And what about the community here? Tell me about the community in the UAE, the biking.
It's a fantastic community. Bit scattered, but there
are a number of clubs, aren't there?
There are. At the Eid rally, we had over 45 motorcycle clubs and riding groups joining us, including the solo riders.
Right.
And so yes, absolutely. Beyond the HOGs and the IMRGs, which are the brand-driven groups, there are a lot of independent groups and motorcycle clubs. There's a bit of an overlap between the two because there's no restriction. I said, what can I do to bring it together?
Okay.
And LDR became a strong platform and reason to build an app. And now with the World of Bikers app having the LDR feature up and running, where any rider anywhere in the world, they don't need to call anyone, they don't need to do anything. They just start riding. The guidelines are there. App use, even an 8-year-old can use the app on their bicycle. And once the ride is completed, we get a notification, we approve the ride, they make the payment, and certification is delivered to their mailbox, email.
Okay. What does it cost for a certification?
It starts with $15, 55, 60 dirhams.
And that basically gets you
a digital certification.
Digital certification.
That's it.
Do you get a patch for that? Or
No.
You don't? Okay.
So
I'd want the patch.
Most people do, but then some people, for example, the cost becomes an element because if I was, we shipped a few patches to Australia. Now, the cost of certification and the cost of courier, the balance was not correct. But then fortunately, when there's a group riding, I normally end up advising the road captain there, that don't place separate orders.
Okay.
One courier, it's going to cost you the same amount of money. 6 couriers is going to be 6 times over. So order one lot, and because you're riding together, you already know each other, so you can just split the cost.
It's fascinating. Yeah. It's a whole different. It's certainly different for this segment on this program, for sure, than our usual conversations.
It's too relaxing, like he's telling about it.
Well, it seems like that, and
It's too relaxing.
I can feel the kind of I can understand the de-stress aspect of it. You know,
No,
just to
absolutely.
get on and you're off. You know?
Absolutely. I mean, it's I really hope my wife's not listening to it. But then every time I pick up an argument with her, I just pick up the helmet and go on my bike.
And then off you go.
Because by the time I come back, it seems the fight never happened.
How long have you been married now?
21 years.
Yeah, I think she knows. I think she's got.
Well, she married a biker, so she married a biker. She knew.
Yeah, well, it's her fault then, isn't it? I mean, let's face it. Yeah, it's fine. Look, we're a little bit short on time. We've got a couple of minutes left, but I'm just in terms of what you're trying to do for the community, the biking community here in the Emirates. Where do you see this going? What's the sort of the end game?
So the World of Biker app is currently where we are working, which is bringing the community together. It's not just a WhatsApp group. It started as a WhatsApp group. Right. We have 700 plus members on the WhatsApp group. And app is building up. We've got, of course, LDR certifications, which are currently working. We plan to launch merchandise sale, an aggregator platform where bike gears can be sold by the sellers, can be sold on the World of Bikers app. Yeah. We've already been reached by bike rental companies. Can we aggregate within your platform? Service companies, bike wash companies, touring companies. In fact, I have a meeting today with a gentleman who organizes motorcycle tours across the globe. Okay. So he says, can we work together to help community get a more trusted place where they can have someone to take them to China, take them to Taiwan, take them to New Zealand for a biking tour, where once they reach there, the bikes are ready, the fueled up, support truck is there, training is there, and someone is there as route captain. So a lot of these elements will come into play. Yeah. Yes, because it's still a very passion-driven project for me. So it still gives me speculation. Do I really want to go for funding on this right now? You know, can I just self-feed it slowly?
Yeah, okay.
You know, instead of so that's sort of a dilemma I'm in.
You want to keep it pure, don't you?
I want to keep it pure.
Yeah,
I want to, even if someone wants to come and say, yes, I want to be a part of it, I want to make sure that he's a biker by the core. It's not just the money on the table. So, yes, I've initiated dialogue with a few global ambassadors who are known for their love for biking. I've not reached out to them. I'm just populating a list, the likes of Keanu Reeves, who runs his own motorcycle brand,
that's right,
ARC.
Yeah.
And then we've got a couple of them in India. Even one of the British gentlemen from Charlie Hunnam from Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, okay.
I've reached out to their manager as well to bring him here as a guest to inspire the riders here.
Ewan McGregor, Charlie Borman, those guys as well.
So I've got a list that I've published. I said, you know what, I'm ready. These are the guys I want to talk to first because of their love for riding. But then for now, even if I launch one feature every 3 months, 4 months, I'm okay with it. I'm enjoying it. It's not my bread and butter. Yeah. It's my passion. I have two and a half businesses which make me bread and butter. So.
Do you know what's interesting? People say a lot, you know, I'm really passionate about X. And generally, if people say I'm really passionate about, I don't know, bookkeeping, I generally think, no, you're not. That's usually in my head, but I'm listening to you, and I can see.
You need to have a specific mindset.
You do, yeah, exactly right, and that's
because it says, for example, for me, the passion it's unsplittable with the petrol means speed, means adrenaline, means risk, means on the edge of the life like this. Mm-hmm. If it makes me scary, it's not exciting.
Yeah, it's the visceral, it's the experience, isn't it?
I'm sure I would buy the bike, yes, if I could, but it would be like the speediest one, the riskiest one, okay?
Yeah, okay.
And across all the limits, okay? Not trying to kill myself.
No, but
this is different. This is different passion in the automotive. Okay, you know. Yeah. You look for the kind of peace of mind, kind of pleasure. Your excitement is different than mine excitement. Whether I'm looking for the adrenaline, pure adrenaline.
Yeah. Yeah.
So It's sorry to say, but for me, it's so exciting. Same like collecting the post stamps. There's nothing there.
But absolutely, everyone for themselves. I think what makes people happy. What makes happy.
No, I'm with you. That's all the time we've got. Very unfortunately, I have to say, we're going to need to talk to you again at some point. I think. That's Luxury Breaks for this week. Victor King is the founder of World Bikers, long distance rider, and he's. You're doing so much for the community. I can't really list it, but thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Good to Good to have you here. And Jacek Ziemek, our resident petrol head from X Motors. Good to see you too. Brilliant. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive, so UAE businesses under a little bit more pressure at the moment, a lot more pressure at the moment in some cases, of course, than would otherwise be the case. So how do leaders protect profits without breaking people? There's a question. Lots of uncertainty. So clearly there are challenges. So this morning we're joined by Chris Miller, who is the founder of Incremental. He's an executive coach, a well-being coach, a career coach, I guess, over 20 years of leadership and organizational development experience, it says here. Chris, nice to meet you.
Lovely. Thank you so much for inviting me in, Tim.
You're very welcome. I mean, the reason for inviting you in, I wanted to kind of make this really clear, because you didn't approach us. We've never met before today. And we asked you in because of you posted something on LinkedIn. Was it a week ago, 10 days ago? Something like that?
I think it was a week. Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay, a couple of weeks back, and I saw it, and it was a very simple post, and it was just you saying you were basically offering to people who might be struggling at the moment, not sure quite where to turn to. Just said, look, get in touch. You would just, and this was a free kind of consultation you were offering, wasn't it?
I mean, not even a consultation. It was, I mean, I'm a coach by profession, as you mentioned, and one of the things from the way that I coach, the way I was taught to coach, is that coaching is about listening and asking questions. So, but the fundamental of coaching is, one, it's confidential, and two, it belongs to the person you're coaching, like the session. And so whatever people wanted from that, that's what it was there for, whether it's a chat or, some coaching or whatever.
Okay, so that's why we invited you in today, because my first thought was, I'm a little bit cynical, and I was like, it's somebody fishing for business. And then I thought, no, you don't have to do this if you don't have to post anything. And obviously people have got in touch with you. And it kind of struck me that this is a time when there's conflict or when there's, serious pressure, that kind of we're in it together attitude is quite a good attitude to have. So I thought that's good at a time like now. I'm wondering, though, now that we've got all the preamble out of the way, the kind of response you've got, are you regretting what you did?
I don't know if I'd say I'm regretting it. It overwhelmed me, to be honest with you. Right. And it was very surprising. I mean, I think the last time I looked, the post had like 116,000 impressions and 400 reactions and something like 60 comments and loads of reposts as well, which, and off the back of that, a number of people did reach out to take me up on the offer. And look, I mean, I completely get what you were saying, and don't get me wrong, like, this is what I do for a living. Sure, so, it wasn't that I was touting for business, but what I did recognize was that I'd been struggling with, obviously what's been going on the last few weeks. And, the UAE, as wonderful as I've been here 19 years, I mean, as wonderful as it is, it's still, it's not paved, the streets are not paved with gold. We have to work, we have to, we have all the same issues that everybody else has in the world, getting up, school runs, paying the bills, and then, we're in the middle of a regional conflict or a war or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? And I kind of feel very similar to you, and maybe this is why I related to your post, I don't know, but I feel as though this has been a much more difficult time than normal. I've seen the way my wife has reacted. She's a teacher, so she's working from home, so there's been a lot of changes there. She's much better, well, she's very used to being in a classroom with lots of children, and to not have that, there's an adjustment there, and I think that goes to most of us. Client privilege permitting, I don't know if that's a thing in your thing. But what kinds of discussions have you had broadly?
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of the work that I do is with men, like generally speaking. I mean, it's not exclusively, but a lot of it's been men, and it's been a lot of guys that have kind of reached out, and it's guys who are, out of work, and looking in a tough environment, and then there's, everything else that's going on as well. So a lot of it's been around that. But then as soon as you start to talk to people, often the thing they come with is not the thing they really want to talk about. And when you get under the skin of it, it's the concerns about, like you say, I'm a man of a certain age. I was brought up in the UK, but universally, I think men have this kind of slightly skewed perspective on what our role is in the world. And, as things change more rapidly, I think men especially find that challenging. In that, I think, we do see ourselves, whether we do it consciously or subconsciously, we see ourselves as providers and protectors. Mm-hmm. And especially here and, over the last couple of months, the idea of that level of uncertainty that you mentioned, not knowing if you can protect those that you love, will create, anxiety and stress. And then especially if you're out of work, there's all of the stress that goes with, being the kind of traditional provider. And, again, it's uncertainty that creates stress, right? But life is uncertainty.
Well, it is, and you have to learn to deal with that. But when it's compounded,
yes,
that can get on top of you. I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were saying before, I use the analogy of a bucket. So everybody's carrying their own bucket of stress.
This is a good analogy.
Yeah, and it's just everything that creates some form of negative stress in your life goes into the bucket. And unless you have a valve at the bottom and you know how to turn it on and it's well oiled, that can drain some of that stress, all that happens is all those little bits of stress layer on top of each other. And, I found it myself. I thought, generally speaking, go through life, I'm generally okay. And then, the conflict erupted, all the uncertainty. And regardless, I honestly can raise my hand and say I was never scared at any point. But there is a level of ambient anxiety that goes with living in a regional conflict. And that tipped my bucket to overflow.
No, I can understand that. And I think that's a good point to make, because it wasn't as though people were afraid. I think from a defensive standpoint, there's a great deal of confidence in abilities in the UAE, militarily, right? But that doesn't get rid of a feeling that that may kind of inhabit.
And again, it comes back to uncertainty. You have no agency in a lot of the decisions that are being made. And so therefore, you feel to a certain degree powerless, and that again creates some form of stress. And unless you have ways of helping to drain that bucket a little bit, it can easily overflow.
What, in that you don't want the bucket to overflow, do you?
I
love the analogy. I do. I like things to be simple in my life, and that's what you've done.
Hence incremental.
Yeah. So look, you've been coaching leaders for quite a while, for what, nearly 2 decades here, I guess. We've seen loads of booms and busts over the last 20 years, 25 years for sure. This feels a little bit different, I think. There's more to consider. We've got obvious regional conflicts. We've got the supply chain frictions that we're seeing. So, worry over that for people. There are new tax laws coming in, tax audit laws, and in the corporate world, that's a lot to think about. And I'm wondering if from the people you talk to that you see potential executive sort of burnout as an unlisted risk when it comes to, balance sheets, if you like. But is that something that you're eyeing, thinking that's something that could affect us?
More and more, absolutely. Maybe? The way I position myself is I deal with people who are going through challenging times, however that manifests. Now, a lot of my work's been in leadership, and in various other kind of coaching areas. But I think, burnout, it's a real thing, because if we don't know how to deal with stress...
It is a thing, that's the point.
And a lot of the times I think, one of the things is that we feel like we're doing okay.
Yeah.
But what we don't realize is that bucket is just literally lapping at the edges. And it takes, something relatively small, or, a regional conflict, but, can take something relatively small just to get it into overflow. And I think that's the big issue for a lot of leaders, because they do have a lot of responsibility, and and not just responsibility for themselves, not just responsibility for those that they love, but their teams, their businesses, their shareholders. There is a lot of responsibility there, and unless you are actively doing something to make sure that you keep that bucket in check, give yourself a little wiggle room at the top, then very quickly things can get out of hand.
So what do you need to be doing to keep the bucket from the brim then? Is it as simple as, and you work a lot with men, and the thing that men, I guess, as opposed to women, are not very good at, is talking about what bothers them. That's the stereotype, I know, but I think there's a great deal of truth in that.
Yes.
Is that the first kind of step to actually turn around and talk to somebody?
It can be, yeah. I think it's the first step is being aware of what's going on, and genuinely not running away from your feelings. Okay. I real big believer in mindfulness practice. I read a lot of Stoic philosophy. The thing with both of those things is that life is going to go on regardless of whether or not you pretend it's not.
Yeah.
Right? And things will happen. Now, the Stoics believe that, things are amoral. They don't have a good or a bad. It's what, the perception that we put on them makes them good or bad. And I think, becoming aware of there might be an issue on the horizon. Business leaders are, supposed to do this as part of their jobs, right? It's strategy. You look forward to what's going to happen. Yeah. We do that in our own lives and recognize, where we are right now, what's coming up, and how we mitigate the negativity, that may present itself within that. That's the first step for me. The second step, absolutely talking. Talking is, and I was talking to your producer just before I came in, and he was saying he was worried about talking to his family about what was going on because he wanted to protect them. Well, with the best will in the world, you're not protecting anybody. What you're doing is pushing stuff down inside you, and all that does is create pressure. So when men have this idea of, well, I'm not going to talk to such and such because I'm protecting them from my burden, you're not protecting anybody. They know that something is going on. Whether it's, like your producer's family in outside of the UAE who see a version presented by the media of what's going on, that creates worry. Sure. If you then talk to them about that, what it does is it just alleviates the stress for them, gets it also outside of your own head. So, I've had this in the past, this kind of washing machine going around in my head of thoughts, and that they never seem to get to any conclusion, but they just spin and spin and spin. And I think, I shouldn't talk to anybody about that because it's, what are they going to, they're not going to be able to fix it. They're not going to, and it's this idea of expectation. By talking, the expectation isn't that you necessarily will fix something right there and then, but it enables us to get the problems that are in our head and spinning round outside and give us a bit of perspective. And also to share, because it's not that, those people are going to be burdened by your problems. You are just letting them know these are the things that are challenging me at the moment. It doesn't need a solution. I just need to get it to let you know, because what generally happens with men is they go really quiet. Everybody else around them knows that there's a problem, and yet, no one can talk to them about it or try and, do anything about it because it's being locked up inside.
Yeah.
And where's the solution in that? I mean, just, you know, when you look at it like that, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But, you know, there we are.
It seems so obvious when you put it that way.
Yeah.
There's a word that we're using at the moment,
Yeah.
and I think we probably use it in every interview. It's probably 4 or 5 times a program here, okay, and it is resilient, or resilience, okay, and lots of people in business, people generally are using that word at the moment. But when it comes to being a leader, okay,
Yeah.
and I'm interested because a lot of your experiences in leadership.
Yeah.
What does it mean when it comes to leadership decisions? Resilience.
To be resilient, I think it's understanding that, you know, you'll fail more times than you'll succeed, and being okay with that. Mm-hmm. Seeing, you know, things that you might, you know, label as failures as opportunities for learning, right? You know, you only have to look at any athlete who's had any level of success, and you know, they talk about this all the time. You know, the number of, you know, baskets that Michael Jordan will have missed compared to the number that he's actually hit. You know, it's just understanding that failure is a part of the process of success, and you can either beat yourself up, get really angry about it, you know, stress everybody else about it, or because it's already happened, you can let it go, learn from it, and move forward. And those are your 2 options. And, you know, I think one is a lot healthier than the other.
Well, one, for sure, one is. I mean, you could view failure as a path to success, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Isn't that a better way of doing it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because, you know, it's only a failure if you don't learn from it.
Yeah.
Right. It only, you know, of course, in the moment, you know, if something goes wrong, it's understandable. I always say this to people. I don't want people to not have emotions, right? You know, certainly Stoicism has that kind of reputation, but that's not what Stoicism is about at all. But it's about understanding that emotions are appropriate at a time, when they're appropriate, right? To get angry about something, you know, if you you know, crash your car, or somebody crashes into your car.
I was going to suggest driving for a minute.
Oh yeah, and one that I have a particular struggle with. It's, you know, it's okay if you get angry, but how long you want to be angry and how, you know, how deep you want that anger to go that's your choice as a grown-up, right? We're adults. We have the ability to make choice. Now, in stressful situations, parts of our brain work a lot faster than conscious thought, right? They have to, because it's designed about survival. But once it's fired, as soon as you become aware of what's going on, then that's your responsibility.
Okay. I mean, lots of this is, and I know, and I'm sitting and listening, and lots of it is simply common sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's the way I guess it's the way you describe, you lay things out for people.
Yes.
And if you can follow the common sense to its conclusion, it's not, I think I'm trying to say, it's not as obvious as I think it is in my head when you're outlaying it. But that's not a very good way of describing it.
Do you know what?
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the guys that reached out to me and was talking to me, he said, you know, it's like I'm like you. I like simple stuff because I don't think I'm that smart, and you know, actually, simple stuff is stuff that I can follow through on relatively easily, and you know, build decent habits around. He said, you know, because I sometimes feel like a bit of a fraud because I say stuff that seems really simple and is really simple, and I'm a bit like, oh, should it be a bit more is there more value in it being more complicated? And actually there's not. I mean, this guy said to me, he's like, it feels like that because you've realized something and it's become clear to you. So for me, you know, I have to deal with that for myself, right? This kind of imposter syndrome nonsense. But it is simple. It is really simple. I was a personal trainer for a while, a number of years back now. But we used to say to people in the gym, "It's simple. It's not easy." Mm. And that I think gets to the crux of it. It is simple what I'm saying and then how I lay things out. But it's not easy because we have to change the way we think, and that takes time and it takes effort. Yeah. And our brains don't generally want to do that because it takes more energy than they want to spend.
It's also change, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't
Which
like
creates uncertainty.
Yeah. I'm fine the way I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you're not. No, I'm with you.
I think the thing is that's a choice, right? If you feel like I am fine as I am, there's no that's the other thing with coaching. There's no, and the great thing with coaching is there's no judgment. Like you be whoever you want to be. It's up to you. It's got nothing to do with me. But if you feel like there are areas in your life that you want to change, when you have that awareness, you then have to take the responsibility as a grown-up and an adult to affect that change.
Let me ask you a little bit about incremental, because one of the things I read up a little bit about you and your firm and what you do and how you do it, and there's a lot of focus, from what I can gather, on small gains, compounding gains, right? And that struck me as important because where we are now, we're in a crisis. We want the magic bullet, don't we? We want a solution. Like you can sort me out, Chris. Just one session and it'll be fine. And I'm wondering, why is this kind of 0.5%, 1% approach better?
Yeah.
Okay. How is it more effective at a time like now where there are, stresses are compounded?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, because the benefits of doing those small things consistently with patience and compassion, that compounds as well.
Right.
Right. It's exactly like investments, right? Investments go up and down, but over time they compound. Right, and so the routines and the things that I help people to, the solutions that I help people to or support people to come to for themselves, have to be small because our brains, like you said, it creates uncertainty. It creates uncertainty creates stress, and our brains don't want stress. Our brains want to be safe and secure and comfortable, but we don't get any growth or development when we're safe, secure and comfortable. The only time we get growth and development is when we step outside of our comfort zone and push. But if you push too far, if you push too hard, your brain will resist. And there's an adage in coaching, and what we resist persists. Right? So the more we try and not to do something, the more it's on our minds, right? And so if it's on our minds think it's important. So it kind of spirals around and around itself.
That's almost as good as the bucket analogy.
Thank you. I should write a book.
Start trademarking what you're saying and then write your book.
But so the way to effect change, sustainable change, is through small amounts. So almost to the point where and again, I'm very open and honest. Like, I have not had an original thought in my life, right? All of this stuff is just from reading, from taking from experience, and etc. You read Atomic Habits, you'll see small gains, lead to big changes. But it's true, and that's the drum that I bang is. Your brain doesn't want you to change, so you have to make the changes small enough that your brain is comfortable with that change. So, I belonged to a men's group a few years ago when I was having some challenges of my own, and having been a personal trainer, and then I was in the corporate environment, and I wasn't training as much as I'd wanted to. And the guy who facilitated the men's group, he said to me, what's the issue? And I'm like, I'm just not training. I'm not training. And, and that's integral to me. It has been for, the last 11 years or even longer, to be honest. And he said, well, what about doing a minute? Like, could you do a minute of training? And I was like, yeah, but what's the point in that? And he went, well, the point is then you've been trained. is like the only person who's putting the parameters on what training, you're saying I want to train, but you're saying I want to train like I used to when I was a personal trainer and I lived in the gym and I had, numerous hours to spend doing my training. You don't have that anymore. So adjust your parameters. And he said, the thing is, if you say to yourself, I just have to do a minute every day, it doesn't negate the fact that if you want to do more, you can do more. But as long as you're doing a minute, you're ticking that box and you're saying, okay, I'm, to a certain extent, I'm looking after that area. And the more you do it, the more endorphins, the more the dopamine starts to kick in, the more you want to do more of it, and you find the time and you create the time. Because the thing is, we're all only given 24 hours a day, right? Regardless of how it seems sometimes. But so you have to create the time over what's important. And then you again, it comes back to being a grown-up and an adult. You make your choices. When you've made the choice, let go of whatever other nonsense you were, was part of that choice, and you move forward. And, again, not an original thought, acceptance and commitment therapy says exactly the same thing. We all come to decision points. And, but what most of us do is they take a decision and then wonder what would have happened if we'd done the other thing.
Yeah.
But what they say is, as best you can, stop doing that. Just let it go. Again, mindfulness training. Mindfulness training for me has been an absolute godsend.
You see, I was going to ask you about that. And we're short on time, but I wanted to finish with the well-being aspects and the mindfulness aspects. Because mindfulness, look, I like nothing better than sitting on the balcony staring into space.
Good.
Because that's just fantastic for me.
Yeah.
And I think my wife thinks, why do you go and talk to somebody? I'm fine. Yeah. I'm okay. But I find that to be a de-stressor. Yeah. I think it helps. I'm not meditative. I'm not spiritual. I'm not saying any of that. But just to be able to sit with your own thoughts or not thoughts.
Yeah.
Is that mindfulness?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm doing something.
Yeah, look, mindfulness mindfulness is not about emptying your mind. It's impossible to empty our minds. It's impossible to stop thoughts. Most of the thoughts we have aren't even ours. They just pop up out of nowhere. They're like clouds in the sky. There's a guy, I can't remember his name, Andy Puddicombe, who did Headspace. He has the Headspace app. That's his image. He talks about we are the sky and thoughts are the clouds. And, the only time you need to worry about the clouds is when you kind of keep looking at one particular cloud and you miss the blue sky behind. You get so absorbed with that. And mindfulness is about letting go of, when you realize what you're doing, when you're hooked into one particular thought and it's just spinning around, nothing is letting go of that. Whether it's good or whether it's bad, it's the ability to be able to let go and refocus your attention. That's mindfulness and meditation in a nutshell. Right? It's not about being Zen calm. It's not about emptying your mind. It is about realizing that our minds wander. We get lost in thought. If what we want is focus and attention, then when we get lost in thought, it's becoming aware, acknowledging it, and coming back. Letting go of the thought and coming back to what you were focused on.
It's been really interesting talking to you now. I feel like I've understood some stuff as well.
Good.
So there's another one with learning something. Good on you for the post. I have to say,
very
that
much.
was a good thing. Chris Miller is an executive coach.
Yeah.
You're the founder of Incremental.
I am indeed.
And a few other things. Thanks for joining us.
It's been my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon. This is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Malaysia's halal exports grew strongly in 2025, reaching about 69 billion Malaysian ringgit, up around 11% from the recent year. According to the Halal Development Corporation, the sector continues to show strong global demand despite geopolitical challenges. Food and beverages remained the largest contributor, followed by halal ingredients. Palm oil exports also saw strong growth. China was the top export market, followed by Singapore, the US, Japan, and Indonesia. The World Bank Group has launched a new global platform called Water Forward. This aims to improve water security for over 1 billion people by 2030. And this initiative will bring together governments and financial institutions to expand reliable water services and protect against droughts and floods. Officials say the water is essential for health, food, and jobs, but billions face still the shortages due to the limited investment and slowed progress in many countries. Gold prices held steady today and are heading for a fourth straight weekly gain. Spot gold rose slightly to around $4,800 per ounce, supported by easing tensions in the Middle East. Hopes for a US-Iran deal and a ceasefire in the region have reduced fears of higher inflation and interest rates. A weaker US dollar and falling oil prices also helped support gold. Investors are now watching closely for progress in upcoming talks. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.